it's a lab check-in, it's the daily logistic. I use the same template. Then it seems that for the lab, I just want to reiterate this. It's a self-paced lab. Then there is rough guideline what we will cover every day, but you move at your own space. And if you want to go faster, you are welcome to go faster than what's given today. I just want you to pay attention. There is one exercise today that we are going to tell you, extend the run, make it longer. Don't run this in the tutorial queue. It's very, very important. If you run this in the tutorial queue, you will block the machine and your job will die and at the end at 5:30, and nobody can run during the lab. And then, yeah, don't run this in the tutorial queue. Okay, but for the other, you can do this. Then now, if you are during the lab, to have the tutorial queue, you have always to use this instruction. And it's not on every exercise. You need to type it manually because it's what we do during the lab. Then you should have, oops, okay. Didn't reload my stuff, sorry. Okay. Let me go back here. Yeah, then okay. It seems I don't have the right slide. The last slide was about Meet the Scientist. You should have received assignment for Meet the Scientist. I really spent hours to try to give people the choice, but it was very tricky because we don't want to have one scientist with 25 people. Then otherwise it's not useful at all. Then, yeah. I'm sorry if you didn't get your first choice. We will have like other opportunity to talk with scientists. It's still really interesting to talk with scientists, even if it was not your top scientist. They are all really good scientists. Then if you don't know where the room is, go to that room. Then ask us where the room is, okay? Any question about the day logistic? Yeah, and sorry? And we're waiting for, yeah. We were waiting desperately, yeah. Then, okay, then this is, well, today we are going now to talk in the morning about the land. Then we are switching. Yesterday we covered the atmosphere, and now we are going to cover the land. We have Will and then Adriana that will speak after. And I will ask you if you can stay during the break to talk with the student. There will be, you have 30 minutes now, and then you have 15 minutes of question. Usually it's busy. Okay. And then people may want to talk to you after if you can stick during the break. Sure. Okay, thank you.
You get my slides too?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, well, Cecile's pulling up the slides. I'll introduce myself. So I'm Will Weeder. I'm the co-chair of the Land Model Working Group and a project scientist here at NCAR. You can see all the slides.
Yeah. Okay, this is it.
Cool. And are you guys doing questions like during the presentation, or are you holding them all till the end?
Yeah, we have been holding the question until the end. Okay. If it's possible, if you have really a question, urgent question, call us, but either if you ask a question, you have to repeat the question because we need to give them the mic.
Okay.
Because it's recorded.
Great.
Okay.
Is the audio good here? Cool. Yep, so I'm Will Weeder, and I'm thrilled to talk to you about the land. How many of you are atmosphere folks? Holy smokes, and land folks? Oh, yes. And ocean folks? Arctic or something else? All right, cool. So this is going to be as much a sales pitch as anything else, and hopefully it's entertaining. But I wanted to start with kind of, so 3 parts to this talk: why represent land in Earth system models, how we do it, and then where we're heading with CESM. And you'll kind of hear a bunch of acronyms. I'm sure you already got a bunch of alphabet soup in the last few days, but CTSM is the Community Terrestrial Systems Model, and CLM is the Community Land Model. They're basically the same thing. I use them interchangeably. Technically, CLM is the Earth system is the version of CTSM that's used for climate. But if you hear CLM or CTSM, just think of them as the same thing. Okay, so I want to start with many thanks. So the CESM Land Model Working Group is roughly 150 people strong. This work couldn't have been done without Dave Lawrence and Gordon Bonin, who have been the co-chairs before me. And then also the Land Model Working Group software engineering team, which Adriana and I are both part of, is huge. The software engineers are huge for everything that we do. And then the liaisons right now are Keith Olson and Sam Levis. I want to emphasize, if this wasn't emphasized enough yesterday, the community and the community Earth system model is huge. And on the land side, we really do get a ton of contributions from outside collaborators. I think there were 50 co-authors or so on the last documentation paper for CLM, which just kind of illustrates the broad contributions of the university community to the development of the land model. Okay, so one question is, in terms of like why represent land, how much does precipitation induce soil moisture anomalies influence the atmosphere and the evolution of weather and the generation of precipitation? And the strength of this feedback really has important implications to whether you can make seasonal forecasts for things like precipitation. And so those of you on the atmosphere side who are really interested in this kind of seasonal to subseasonal prediction, land is thought to be a really strong predictor of that. And kind of a simpler way of thinking about that is if you have a rainy spring, how much does that influence subsequent summer rainfall? And so kind of in this canonical paper from Koster et al., they kind of show these regions of the world that are thought to have these really strong teleconnections. So places like the Great Plains in the US are places where antecedent weather conditions are thought to be important in communicating forecast skill for future projections. And so the strength of this feedback has important oh, sorry, I went over that already. So one reason that we care about land is because of land atmosphere interactions. Another reason to care about land is water. So how are water, and I would also say food resources, under threat from climate change is kind of an emerging prediction or an emerging conversation that people are having. And then also quantifying feedbacks on droughts and floods. And so again, if you want to make flood forecasts, it's nice to have good rain projections, but it also is really important to know how saturated the soils are in the first place. And so information about land processes are super important for thinking about drought and flood forecasts. And then also what are factors influencing stream flow prediction and predictability across the Western US. We have this kind of large research infrastructure for letting water managers know based on how much snow falls in the winter, how much water they can expect to have during the next kind of growing season. And so one example of this is from some work that I published in PNAS a couple of years ago, which the blue, it's a lot here, but this is from the CESM2 large ensemble. Hopefully somebody talked a little bit about large ensembles, or if they haven't, hopefully they will. So the blue lines show that there's this, for this grid cell in Idaho, there's this really strong correlation between max SWE, so snow water equivalent on the x-axis, and how much runoff you can expect from that grid cell through the river model. So not surprisingly, you get a lot of snow, you get more rain. I'm sorry, you get a lot of snow, you get more runoff. But in the future scenario, which is shown in the orange, that connection is really broken, and sometimes there's actually no correlation between how much snow you get and how much runoff you might be projected to receive. And the reason for that is that more of that precipitation is coming as rain, and so we're kind of losing our water. What the CSM2 large ensemble says is that in snow-dominated areas, we're losing those water towers, places like the Western US, where the snowpack builds up, and that's really how much water you have as it melts throughout the rest of the year, and we're going to lose that capability moving forward. And so some work that Adriana and I are doing is looking at a place like the East River, which is shown in this picture. It's not just a beautiful place, but it's also a really important place to start understanding kind of these snow hydrology connections. Another reason to think about land is because of land use and land cover change. If you look at satellite imagery, the most obvious thing that you can see is how much humans have changed, how much humans have changed the ecosystems that we live in, and so how the changes in land properties affect water, energy, and biogeochemicals like feedbacks in the Earth system. And so if snow melts sooner and we change land cover, how may this influence regional climate? So one example of this is, again, from this kind of classical paper from Gibbard et al. And this was just from a really simple model using CAM3 and CLM3, so an older version of the model, where they differenced what happens if you plant the whole world in forest versus I can't remember if it was grasses or bare soil, but basically, if you plant the whole world in forest, you get warmer high latitude systems and cooler low latitude systems because of these land-atmosphere couplings. And so, and that downwind, there's kind of downwind heating and cooling effects in this model because we're just using a slab ocean, so the ocean isn't responding to the changes that the land and the atmosphere is seeing. So for a whole bunch of reasons, for water prediction, for understanding land use, land cover change, and also for understanding land-atmosphere connections, it's really important to start thinking about land. And so again, this is just a photo I took from a plane. Actually, I didn't take this one. I think that's why John Kelly's reference there. I've tried to take a lot of pictures like this from the plane, but mine haven't turned out quite as well. So you can see that we're radically changing the land surface and how we manipulate the plants that are there and the water that they receive is something that we think about. And so one of the kind of defining features of CLM is it's the only Earth system model that has explicit agriculture represented in it. And so I don't know if there's going to be an agriculture talk, but I'm happy to talk with folks about how we explicitly represent agriculture. So some of the big questions that we're thinking about are things like Arctic greening and how changes in snow melts and temperatures might affect the timing of phenology. So phenology is just a plant cycle, like when plants green up and when they senesce is kind of as much as we think about phenology and CLM. But there's this there's satellite observations of both Arctic greening and browning, and so thinking about the drivers of that. Permafrost thaw has gotten a lot of coverage in the last couple of years, and so you have these, when permafrost does thaw, it physically changes the landscape through these thermokarst formations, and so when the ice melts, the whole the soil loses its structure and can slump away. So we think about how to represent that excess ice that's in permafrost. We also think about deforestation, and so how changes in land use practices through the different SSPs over the historical period and through different SSP scenarios affect climate. And then also forest fires. So CLM is also one of the only land models in Earth system models that explicitly represents fire. And what we're hoping in CESM3 is that those fires are interactive. And so when fires happen on land, we're actually passing the fluxes of aerosols and CO2 back to the atmosphere, which would be a pretty exciting thing. I think a few other models are hoping to have interactive fires in CMIP7 as well. So on one hand, the motivation is relatively straightforward. Land's the critical interface through which humanity affects and is affected by and adapts to and mitigates global environmental change. And basically one of the things I like to say is you can't eat the MJO. So it's really nice to think about these atmospheric processes that are happening and like important drivers of variability. But ultimately, we live on land, and so we need to think about how our actions are impacting land. And so the goal for the Land Model Working Group is to develop a comprehensive representation of land, both in terms of the biogeophysics, the hydrology, the plant physiology, the biogeochemistry, which Adriana will talk about in a little bit, anthropogenic land use, agricultural management, ecosystem dynamics, which Adriana also will touch on, as well as urban environments. So another kind of, I guess, feather in the CESM cap is we also have the only representation of urban environments of any Earth system model. So there's all these features that the land model is enabling that I think are pretty unique and offer some exciting ways to think about different aspects of climate change in the Earth system. Okay, so now we're going to move kind of quickly to how. So there's kind of three things that we think about. One is thinking about exchanges, and that's mostly exchanges of fluxes, so things like momentum, water, energy, CO2, dust, and other trace gases between the land and atmosphere, as well as the routing of streams and rivers to the runoff. So I'm not really going to talk about the river model very much. We actually have 3 river models within CESM. I'm not going to talk about any of them, but the Land Model Working Group also supports all of those. Besides the exchanges between the atmosphere and the rivers, we also think about states. So it's the state of the land surface in terms of, what's the soil moisture, what's the soil temperature. The canopy temperature is something that evolves over time. Snow is a tricky one that's very ephemeral. There we go. Carbon and nitrogen stocks, which is something that I think about a lot. And those carbon and nitrogen stocks both are in vegetation and soils. And then characteristics of the land surface, so things like soil texture, surface roughness, the albedo of those surfaces, the emissivity, vegetation type, and leaf area index. One of the things that's new in CESM 3 is we finally updated our surface data sets to something from this century. So that's exciting. It's basically just the underlying data that we're feeding into the model has all been updated. And so, yeah, so I'll kind of walk through relatively quickly how we think about exchanges, states, and characteristics of the land surface. And this is kind of the canonical figure that's in Dave's paper. And so you can go back to this Lawrence et al. 2019. Dave talked yesterday, yeah? Okay. So this is in Dave's paper. It was also in previous CLM papers. We probably need some better artistic representation, but there's obviously a lot going on here. I'm only going to talk about the leftmost two panels here. So how we think about biogeophysics in terms of the energy fluxes and hydrology. And then Adrian, I'll spend some more time talking about biogeochemistry. Looks like this slide got formatted a little bit funny. Okay, so in terms of how we think about surface energy fluxes, if you just dive into this kind of complicated diagram with a lot of arrows, we think about incoming and outgoing shortwave radiation, incoming and outgoing longwave radiation, the latent heat that the land surface exchanges, and then evaporation, sensible heat flux, and ground heat flux. So we're balancing the whole surface energy budget, which if you're a land modeler and thinking about other models like, I don't know, Descent or kind of simpler land models, this is something that most other land models that aren't in ESMs don't bother with. And so balancing the surface energy budget is like order one priority for us because the atmosphere really cares about that. So we do it. In terms of hydrology, it's basically kind of classic hydrology, precipitation, runoff, and evaporation. And so precipitation comes from the atmosphere. Then we think about evaporation from soil, from transpiration, and from canopy evaporation. And then the runoff term. And then we think about all the changes in the pools. So changes in soil moisture, snow, surface water, canopy water, and all of that happens at every time step. So every 30 minutes, we're balancing the surface energy budget and all of these water fluxes. Lightning fast. Okay, so kind of to think about how this really matters, the ability of the land surface scheme to model evaporation correctly depends crucially on its ability to model runoff correctly. And these two fluxes are intricately related through soil moisture. So there's this idea that as you get wetter soils, you kind of get increasing evaporation until it saturates at a certain level, and runoff kind of has the inverse pattern where you kind of almost have this decline in runoff as evaporation is going up, and then you hit some threshold where the surface can't evaporate any more water, and then any more water you add just goes to runoff. So this is another kind of quote from Randy Koster. Any idea what's missing from this statement? Yeah. Infiltration, good. What else? Water availability. It's like really critical part of the land. It's the part of the. Yes, the plants are totally absent. So this is like a very bio.
Can you repeat what they say?
So there's a lot of ideas. Vegetation is the thing that's missing. So plants are totally absent from this biophysical view of the land surface. And one of the things it's just green slime. So these models are very much driven by kind of a biophysical, I would say, CLM used to be within CAM, and so our origins are from the atmosphere. But that means that people like Adriana and I that are biologists by training have like kind of no role in this game. So what Adriana and I really try to do would be like, no, it's the plants that are doing all this stuff. So you really have to care about the plants. You can't just care about precipitation and runoff. It's the plants that are doing the evaporation that really matters here. So plants are super important. And so plant physiology controls, and it's not just important for water. So they also control transpiration. So on the bottom of leaves, there's these little tiny mouths that open and close. They're called stomata, and that's what controls the exchange of CO2 with the atmosphere and water. So it's kind of this trade-off with plants, where plants open their stomates, they kind of open their mouths. I do this because this is what the cells look like. So the cells open up, and when they open up, water goes out of the leaf and CO2 comes in. And that's really important because plants need to eat. They're eating CO2, but in the process, they're losing water. So that cellular process is something that we try to represent both at a cellular scale and at a leaf scale, and then at a canopy scale, so that we can give the atmosphere, 100 by 100 kilometer flux of water in a 1 degree grid. So this and that transpiration in the photosynthesis model is a function of solar radiation, humidity, soil moisture, CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere, the temperature of the leaf, and then also the leaf nitrogen content. So this is where the biogeochemistry really comes in, is that if you care about water fluxes to the atmosphere, you fundamentally have to care about carbon and nitrogen. And it's also one of the things that makes land modeling really challenging. So, when I think about the atmosphere, it's like literally way over my head. Like it's too complex for me to even think about. When I think about the ocean, it kind of makes me nauseous because I get seasick really fast. When I think about the land surface, it's like, it's this, but both of those are like physically dominated systems where it's like ocean circulation and turbulence in the atmosphere and all the other things that you all think about. On the land surface, plants really are fundamental to what we're trying to do. And so it's a unique component in the Earth system because we have to think much more about biology, I think, than other aspects of the Earth system too. Okay. So kind of diving in a little bit more to the weeds, this is, again, some jargon that you might hear during some of the practicals today. So there's different submodules and different ways that you can run CLM. One of those is just with biogeophysics. And so if you want to take this kind of canonical view of not caring about the plants, you were just going to like tell the plants what to do and ignore the biology, that's awesome. And if you're interested in hydrological questions, if you're interested in kind of land atmosphere questions, it's by far the easiest way to run the model, mostly because the plants can't screw anything up. The biology can't screw anything up for you. So that's called SP mode for satellite phenology. So when you run in SP mode, you are still thinking about photosynthesis and stomatal resistance, but we're telling the plants when they have leaves and when they lose them. We're also telling the plants at all times with the core version of CLM where the plants are growing. And in SP mode, you also are explicitly modeling the hydrology, the snow, the soil thermodynamics, as well as the surface albedo and radiative fluxes. When you run in BGC mode, so biogeochemistry mode, that's when you kind of take off one layer of training wheels. And so you're running with explicit carbon and nitrogen pools, which means the model then has to figure out how it does the photosynthesis, but then that photosynthesis is allocated to things like leaves and stem growth and roots. And so that allocation, the decisions you make about allocation are really important because if you change the carbon that's allocated to leaves, you can make a canopy that's way too leafy or not leafy enough for what observations are, and then your fluxes can go really out of whack. So running in BGC mode, one of the things we really try to think about is try to run in BGC mode or run with active biogeochemistry and let the leaves, the LAI, the leaf area index, kind of evolve in a way that's representative of real ecosystems. So allocation is really important, and respiration is important too. So plants actually inhale CO2, that's how they photosynthesize, but they actually exhale CO2 as they grow. And so that respiration of CO2 is super important. We also then think about vegetation phenology, in places with deciduous forests or with seasonal grasslands. We have the plants in BGC mode have to leaf out and senesce kind of at the right time. So there's these phenology schemes to help us do that. We try to think about plant mortality, although in the core version of the BGC mode, we don't do that, but we do that, but it's in kind of very simplistic ways. And in the FATES model that Adriana works with, plant mortality is thought about much more explicitly. Decomposition is important, so that once a plant dies, or once a leaf falls, what happens to it, and is it stabilized in soils or does it go back to the atmosphere? There's a nitrogen cycle. Some of that happens internally in soils, but then there's also external nitrogen that's input from the atmosphere. So we think about nitrogen deposition, as well as in crops. The explicit representation of agriculture and agricultural management means that we're fertilizing crops. And then we also have, in the BGC mode, we also think about methane production and emissions. Those methane production and emissions have been in the model for a really long time, and if anyone wants to work on them more, I would love it, because it's really cool that we have a methane model, but nobody's looking at it, which means it's probably not doing a very good job. So it's kind of an active area of other things that you can work on. And then there's all this other stuff that we think about. So there, like I said, there's an urban model, which is kind of an urban canyon model that if there's time at the end, I'll touch on briefly. Crops and irrigation, as well as nitrogen fertilizer. There's a lake module, which thinks about lake temperature, and again, kind of in simplistic ways, but if you're interested in freshwater resources, this lake model is kind of unique in our system models. Again, like I said, fire and fire emissions. There's a new dust module coming in. Maybe it's in now? Yes, no, almost. CESM3 will have a new dust module, which again is kind of an update from the old module that we had, but that kind of represents dust in more realistic ways. There's a BVOC, a biogenic volatile organic compounds emissions module called Megan. We think about glaciers and ice sheets, so we work with the land ice model, especially in downscaled versions of the model to think about the kind of evolution of things like high mountain Asian glaciers, and then also ice sheets over Antarctica and Greenland. River flow, like I said, is explicitly modeled, and then this vegetation demography model called FATES is something that Adriana will touch on a little bit. All right, I gotta go fast. If you're interested in snow, this is kind of like the one-stop shop for anything snow related, but you know, I love snow. I especially like recreating on snow. I don't think about the science of snow very often. And so in doing, you know, kind of learning about how CLM represents snow, I'm constantly amazed with all the processes that we represent. And so things like the accumulation of snow and its density, how it melts and refreezes as it ages, then how it's compacted, sublimates, and then how energy and water is transferred through the snowpack. So the snowpack in CLM evolves over time, and it starts, you know, bare ground, there's no snow, so 0 snow layers, and we can build up to, I think it's 10 layers of snow that have varying thicknesses, and then that snow, and it kind of, but the snowpack, I guess the point is that the snowpack evolves over time. It buries vegetation, and as that snowpack builds and then melts, it totally changes the surface albedo. So snow is white and shiny, and it's, you know, bright when you walk around on it. And so the model works that way too. And so the presence or absence of snow is really important for Arctic climate. There are some processes that we're missing. So we don't have blowing snow. We don't have subgrid variation in snow depth, and we also don't have depth hoar, which I'm happy to talk more about, but it's a super important process that we're missing, which is challenging. I've talked about this once, but you know, there's one view of the Earth is that it's a blue marble, but I'd also argue that it's pretty green when you look at it closely, and so that representation of plants is super important. And plants influence the surface energy budget in a bunch of different ways, and so they influence shortwave, long-wave, sensible and latent heat fluxes, and I'll talk about those in a little bit. And so shortwave, you know, different plants, you know, but not just, you know, trees or grasses, but also different types of trees have different albedos. They also exchange CO2, water, and temperature in terms of the long wave differently. The height of the canopy matters in terms of thinking about roughness length, and then you know, different plant species have different evaporation and transpiration rates, which affect latent heat fluxes. So anytime you change plants, you're automatically going to be changing the surface energy budget. So this is kind of a nice cartoon from a paper that it's an update of some of Gordon's old work from 2008, but he's got a new paper that's out in press in James, thinking about how that not all forests have the same climate impact. And so the climate impact of a tropical forest is going to be different than a boreal forest. And how we do that, I think, really matters to the land surface. And one of the things that we're thinking about more and more is how those local responses can have teleconnections and remote responses as well. And so Abby Swan and her group really likes to think about how these local changes through the atmosphere model can have non-local impacts through mesoscale circulation patterns. We also think about land surface heterogeneity. So this is, again, kind of a simplification of how we do that, but it also shows some of the processes that we're representing in terms of an urban model, the river model, representing land use and land cover change, crops, vegetation dynamics, glaciers, things like wetlands and lakes. And then I've been here for 12 years, and this slide still is like really helpful in thinking about how the model is structured. And so, if you're thinking about the atmosphere, you're thinking about just the full grid cell exchange that from the land to the atmosphere, but the land model is broken up into land units. And so those land units are kind of intuitive. There's a vegetated, lake, urban, glacier, and crop land unit in every grid cell that has those things. And then the vegetated land units have columns underneath them. You can think of those as soil pedons or columns on the ground. But all of the PFTs share a column. And so all of the grasses, all of the trees, all of the bushes share that soil, which we call patches. So the patches are nested in columns, which are nested in land units, which are nested within a grid cell. So there's all this kind of, if you look at the code, there's all these kind of complicated land unit column and patch loops that get aggregated. So everything is done at the patch level, but then we aggregate those fluxes and states up to the, up through this hierarchy to only pass grid cell state changes to the atmosphere model. Where it really gets mind-blowing is in the transitions, and this is something that Bill Sachs and others have worked a long time on, is thinking about how when we're cutting down a forest and replacing it with a crop land unit, how to represent that and conserve both the mass and energy that's being represented. And so as we go from a vegetated land unit to a crop land unit, it's like this really high level change in the code, and then you drill down and you might have multiple crops, and in the crops they each get their own column. So you can have irrigated and unirrigated corn in the same column, on the same grid cell, but they don't share a column because we don't want the water from the irrigated one just bleeding over into the unirrigated one. So there's irrigated, the crop model is a little bit duplicative because there's both irrigated and unirrigated, or dryland versions of things like wheat and corn and rice. So drilling down a little bit more, you can kind of see how in this deforestation example, on the left-hand side, you've got this broadleaf evergreen temperate or tropical, maybe this is a tropical example, land unit that gets cut down and replaced with corn and wheat that's either irrigated or not. And so the surface data sets that go into creating this are actually pretty complicated. Like I said, we're redoing those surface data sets now. But the surface data sets are what control these land unit conversions, and then the code makes sure that we conserve mass. Again, that's super brief. I only have a couple of minutes left, and I want to get to some kind of cool take-home responses. And so this is from some work out of the UK where they used CESM and the Joules is the land model. What's UK ESM? To look at the full understanding of climate impacts from reforestation. And so from these reforestation experiments, they found that changes in albedo and VOC emissions from reforestation offset a full third of the radiative forcing from CO2. And so thinking about, when you think about climate change mitigation practices that advocate for reforestation, that CO2 removal is huge, but understanding the full impact of these kind of the full Earth system response is really critical. It was a really nice paper that was in Science this year. And so when I think about the future directions of where we're going with CESM, FATES will be a feature in CESM 3, but it won't be on by default. I'm not going to talk a ton about FATES, but that's how we think about carbon and ecosystems and ecosystem responses to climate change. The crop model is on by default in CESM 2, and it will be on by default in CESM 3. So we think about food and how we're going to be able to keep providing food. And then in terms of water, there's this new hill slope hydrology model, which I'm not going to have time to talk about today, but that I think is kind of really revolutionary, I think, in terms of how we think about subgrid heterogeneity of hydrological resources. And then the urban model also, I think, is kind of a cool feature of CESM that not enough people use, honestly. It's super, super neat. So at that, I think I'm gonna have to stop in the interest of time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Then, yeah, first question there.
I can help pass the microphone.
Yeah,
if you
thank you for introduction
Sure.
of the NAND model. It helps a lot. And regarding the massing, production, and emissions, and I'm curious about the representation of wetlands in the NAND model, because there is evidence that the lateral in massing emissions, especially from the wetlands, are rapidly increasing those years. So is the NAND model in CSM, can it simulate this process well?
Lateral transfer of methane?
Wetlands.
Oh, wetlands.
Yes.
Yeah, so there is a wetland representation in CLM, but it's really simple, and it's kind of just read in off the surface data set, so it doesn't change over time.
Oh.
One of the things we'd like to do with the hill slope model is allow that kind of wetland fraction to change over time and with management.
So it is not dynamic, the arrow of the wetlands, it is constant?
It's, I'd have to double check. I think it's mostly constant.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
So is there a plan in CSM3? Would you like to improve the representation of the wetland model?
I would love it, and nobody's doing it.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the themes for the land model working group is like we are so under-resourced that it's like wide open in terms of what people can contribute. So whatever it is, jump in. Yeah.
Hi, Will.
Hey.
I'm curious about how parameters are calibrated within the land model.
Yep.
I mean, there's a whole huge network of Ameriflux of eddy covariance data. There's long-term ecological research stations. So I'm curious,
Yep.
I never really understood if the values in CLM are literature-based, if there's some sort of Bayesian approach to use all the data available, or some sort of site-specific approach to calibrate based on target values.
That is a huge area. That's a really good question. That's a huge area of growth, I think, for the working group. And so I'll start at a global scale. So we have a parameter perturbation experiment kind of team of people that's doing this PPE, parameter perturbation experiment. And the idea there is to calibrate the global model. And we're starting with calibrating, and that's work that Linnea Hawkins is leading. We're starting with calibrating to global LAI. So it's pretty coarse tuning. But then we also have the NCAR neon package that I'm sure you're aware of.
I shouldn't have said Ameriflux.
Yeah. Well, but we're incorporating Ameriflux as well. And so that lends itself to site level tunings, but nobody's doing it. So, you can run at all the Ameriflux sites or all the ones that are in Plumber 2, and you can run at all the neon sites, but nobody's doing that site level calibration. And we don't have any, I shouldn't say we don't have any idea, but we don't have any plans to coordinate that site level calibration to the global calibration because they're obviously going to be different. I think that's a huge growth area, though, for how we think about tuning the land model.
Hello, thank you for the nice introduction. I'm moving more towards geology.
Okay.
Is there any sediment estimation, like weathering, erosion?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Right now, the land model only exports water.
Okay.
The ocean.
Not even the river influx or sediment-wise?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I'll say.
That was a quick one small
Sure.
question. For the paleoclimate, like deep time,
Yep.
The plant part, is it C3, C4? Those are doable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for some of the deep time stuff, Sophia Markowitz has gotten pretty involved in working with the FATES group, but also thinking about how to create vegetation maps of past climates. So that's something that's an active area of research, but that's something that the paleoclimate group, we support it, but the paleoclimate group leads it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. My question is about this canopy height being important for the roughness lengths. So if you think about kind of a typical forest, it's going to be pretty heterogeneous as far as like the height of the trees
Yep.
is concerned. So I'm curious how small the patch units are, how much variability in height they account for, and like how much does it really matter to very accurately account for the differences in height, and is there kind of like a range that's important?
It probably depends on your question. So in the global model, the grid cells are coarse. We typically run at 1 degree, so that's roughly 100 by 100 kilometers, which from here would be like Littleton to Loveland, if you're familiar with the Front Range, and Greeley to Granby. So it spans the Continental Divide. So huge. And if you've got, if most of that is vegetated land area, like maybe a third of it's crop and the rest of it's vegetated with some urban sprinkled in, the patches are going to be huge. And in the big leaf, what we kind of call the big leaf model, if you're representing explicit biogeochemistry, that big patch effectively has one tree on it, which it's kind of, it starts to make your brain hurt. But anyway, it's one like huge tree, and the height of it is a function of the allocation. And so if like the productivity for that tree is too high, it's going to the tree's going to get too tall. But we kind of try to look at that. But it's mostly like, I think the biggest thing is like forest versus grassland. That's where the roughness length really matters. It's kind of coarse in how we represent it, not necessarily short trees versus tall trees.
Have you kind of done stuff with where you've kind of done like an upscaling thing where you've looked at like this really fine resolution and then kind of upscaled that to see what that means for the coarser resolution and kind of like the downstream effects?
Meg is trying to, Meg Fowler is kind of spans, I don't know if she's talking at all, but she did yesterday. So she's the only one at NCAR that I know of who's doing work like that, trying to think about this land atmosphere coupling and how, like, what information from the land surface is important to pass, like, to club. I don't know if there's others that are doing that work on the atmosphere side. I think again, no. As far as I know, it's open research. And I think it's also more interesting with Fates, because the Fates patches, Fates is a cohort model which thinks about forest ages. And so you can have small short trees and big old trees. But no one's, as far as I know, no one's really looking at that coupling with the atmosphere.
I have a new NSF grant with Gordon Bonin and Donica Lombardazzi, and we're specifically looking, well, not exactly that question, but we are looking at the impact of heterogeneity, forest structure heterogeneity on land-atmosphere coupling. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're interested, you come talk to us, because I think we are going to hire some postdocs. So, yeah.
Just a quick one thanks for the talk about the crop model. Is there any plan to improve on the number of crop types that you have for CLM? I know the ones you have there is a bit limited.
Whenever people contribute it. So again, we don't have anyone who's dedicated to the crop model right now. We have one software engineer who likes to work on it, so he kind of inherits all the crop information. But there's broadly interest in switching to AppSim, which is a kind of better representation of the phenological stages within the crop model. But as far as I know, that work isn't funded and isn't moving very fast. So lots of cool, again, like my take-home message is like so many cool opportunities, and we just need people to work on it.
So I have a question for the transient modeling. When doing some transient scenarios, the vegetation type is a function of state variables, or vegetation type will be predefined data site?
Yeah, so right now in the core version of the model, the vegetation type is predefined. And so we kind of say, in 1850, here's the distribution of evergreen tropical trees, here's the distribution of boreal deciduous trees, and then that we prescribe that over time. And so with those land unit transitions, or the PFT transitions, are prescribed ahead of time.
When looking into the futures, there's also some predefined data sites too.
Yep, so each SSP scenario has different deforestation or reforestation scenarios associated with it. And then we just, if it's a reforestation scenario, we just plant more, we add more of the same trees that are already there.
I see. Thank you.
but those data set creations are a whole separate group of science, yeah.
I'm curious about the urban
Yeah.
land modeling, and are there different types of urban environments? I noticed on the previous slide there were kind of a few classifications,
Yeah.
and then also I guess is it something it's changing over time? Like how does it? I guess more details on how it works.
I think I have a slide in here. Okay, so here's a little bit. So it's basically an urban canyon model with I think 3 different, again, I am not an expert at this stuff. So Keith Olson has been key in developing the urban model. And so there's high density urban, mid density urban, and low density urban. So these 3 density classes, and all of them have different building properties, and those building properties can now evolve over time, as can the size of each area can evolve over time. And then it defines things like the roof materials, the roof height, the material that the walls are made out of, the fraction of pervious versus impervious surfaces, which is important for runoff. That's the quick answer. But yeah, it's basically an urban canyon model with 3 categories of kind of density classes.
Yeah, we have time for one more, and then after you will be able to stick in the room with Will.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Great talk. I'm sold. I'm jumping atmospheric ship. I'm just curious about if the phenology is coupled to like changes in seasonal length in future scenarios at all, or if that's pre-described as well.
Yeah, so the phenology is more dynamic to a point. So there's only a stress deciduous and a seasonal phenology scheme, and each plant functional type has its own kind of parameters that control that. So like, for example, Arctic C3 grasses are seasonally deciduous because what we were noticing is that in future climate change scenarios, grasses in Anchorage, Alaska were greening up in February because it was getting too warm. And we're like, oh no, that can't happen, it's dark. So we made them seasonally deciduous. Yeah, so in the stress deciduous phenology, which is what all the other grasses are, is really tricky, especially in places that have kind of funny climates with like 2 rainy seasons or something in the tropics. So we do a pretty good job in like temperate deciduous forests, and we don't do as good a job in like savannas and those types of environments. Yeah. But it does change over time. So, with earlier snow melt and longer growing seasons, the plants do green up sooner.
Cool. Great, thank you.
Unless we tell them not to.
Yeah. Okay, then we are going to move for the coffee break. Then remember that there is like a coffee line and a tea line. Then you don't have to line. If you want tea behind the coffee people, then try to go quickly because we have limited time, and we will be back in the room for Adriana talk. Okay, then we are going to have now Adriana for the next land talk. Then you can introduce. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, just
Thanks. Okay, great. All right, thanks. Yeah, I'm Adriana Foster. I'm also in the terrestrial sciences section. And sorry about my voice. I don't normally sound like a blues singer, but this is. I had a cold last week, so you can blame my toddler. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to talk about. Thanks to Will for setting me up for talking about biogeochemistry in the land model. And so you land people or anyone else, how many of you are biogeochemists? Okay. What about ecologists? All right. You and me, man. Okay. Okay. So, part of me, I think my job is to get you excited about land biogeochemistry. So in CESM, this is mostly the carbon cycle, also the nitrogen cycle. You know, the ocean model cares a lot more about other elements, but we mostly in the land deal with carbon and nitrogen. Okay, so I'm going to take a similar trajectory as Will to talk about why we care about biogeochemistry, how we model it, and then some uncertainties in future directions. So first part, why? Okay, so yeah, climate impacts vegetation, or how. This is kind of a question that we ecologists and biogeochemists frequently ask currently, but it also springs kind of from the deepest roots in ecology's history. So this is a schematic of a cross-section through the equatorial Andes. This is Alexander von Humboldt's schematic. He did this big trek in the early 1800s through the equatorial Andes, and he mapped out plant species listed according to the altitude at which he found them during his expedition. And then closer to home, for NCAR at least, this is Miriam life zones, looking at zonation of plants within the San Francisco peaks, which is near Flagstaff, Arizona, as controlled by temperature and moisture. And so as you go up the mountain, you get higher precipitation and cooler temperatures, and this leads to different plant species. Globally, we can think about Holdridge life zones. So these are life zones that relate climate and vegetation together using indices of potential evapotranspiration, precipitation, and temperature. And so kind of basically looking at how plants grow according to temperature and moisture availability for plants. And so this is kind of a big deal, at least in the 1800s, to say like, oh, hey, plants grow differently according to climate. And so I think at this point in time, we can all kind of agree, climate impacts vegetation. In the future, if climate changes, we might think, okay, vegetation is also going to change, so what's going to happen? But then the opposite is also true. Vegetation impacts climate. So over short timescales, this is mostly dominated by albedo and evapotranspiration signals. So this is a figure from a study by Liu et al. In 2006 looking at the impact of photosynthesis on lagged temperature on the top and precipitation on the bottom. And so the shading corresponds to the strength of the feedback. And so we can see in the boreal region, we see a pretty strong positive feedback on temperature. And then we also see some feedbacks on precipitation as well. And then over longer timescales, it's really all about the fate of carbon. So this is looking at CO2 concentration in the atmosphere at Mauna Loa. You've probably all seen this graph a billion times. But sort of like, what's like the big thing that you see about this graph? It's going up. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, upward trend due to human activities. Oh no. Okay, what else do we notice about this graph? Exactly, yeah. So we've got this annual.
Can you repeat what they say, because
I'm sorry.
recorded,
So yeah, the seasonal cycle due to vegetation. Okay, so we see this interannual variability in the land. We can look here. This is MODIS and DVI. So yeah, basically we're looking at here is the land breathing. So the vegetation is crucially involved in the storage and uptake of CO2 in the atmosphere. And so about that fossil fuel burning and our emissions, we have to put it somewhere. Like we have a closed system, sort of, and we can't just, it has to go somewhere. So we want to look at where are our emissions going. So this is looking at emissions using energy statistics and cement production data. as well as land use and land cover change. So this is about 670 gigatons of total emissions. Interestingly, before the 1920s, most of our emissions was from land use change. Now it's mostly fossil fuels. Okay, so where is all this stuff going? A lot of it's going into the atmosphere, like we saw based on that Mauna Loa graph. About a quarter of it is going into the ocean. This is also based on data and ocean biogeochemistry model. And then this red dashed line is kind of the opposite of the total emissions. Okay, so I kind of already gave it away. But where is the rest of it going? Where's the rest? The land. Yeah, okay, so here's our terrestrial CO2 sink. Okay, and this data is from global vegetation models. Okay, so we see that we have this land sink. We also have a lot of interannual variability and uncertainty due to land to interannual variability. And then we actually also don't quite fill up this whole budget. So we have this like budget imbalance, mostly driven by uncertainty in the land. Okay, so let's talk about the land carbon. Okay, so we have these big pools, or actually, sorry, here's our emissions from human emissions and forced burning and farming. And then we have these big pools. So big land biota, 450 gigatons, permafrost, 1,400 gigatons, and soil, 1,700 gigatons. Interestingly, we do have a connection in terms of carbon into the ocean, but it's a pretty weak connection. It is important. And then we've got these big fluxes. So photosynthesis, about 100 going in, respiration, plant respiration 50, and soil respiration is 49.4. These numbers vary. But essentially, we've got these big fluxes, and then the land sink is just the residual from those fluxes. And so that is really what we are concerned with here in CLM. Yeah. Okay, so how are we going to model all of this? So this is the Bretherton diagram. So Francis Bretherton, he was the director of NCAR in the late 1970s. So he was this huge leader in Earth system modeling. So before this, the land was basically seen as like fairly tangential to climate modeling. It was kind of seen as this like just boundary condition for the rest of the climate. And so adding terrestrial and marine biogeochemistry was one of his big contributions to Earth system science. And so the focus here is on interactions between the geosphere and the biosphere. And then we have human forcings kind of seen as this external force affecting this system. Oh, yeah. Okay, and so this kind of all culminated in this flying leap proposal by Inez Fung, Peter Rayner, and Pierre Friedlingsting about 24 years ago. And this was the idea to have prognostic CO2 in the atmosphere from an Earth system models like CESM. So instead of saying, oh, this is how much CO2 we have in our atmosphere, we're actually going to try to simulate it. And so that matured into a figure like this. So this shows that the link between CO2 emissions and the temperature change was very critical. And so it depends on the emission scenario that you choose. That impacts how much warming you'll get. So crucially, we need to understand the carbon cycle in order to predict temperature change. And so both NCAR and CESM were key players in the development and concept and creation of these first coupled carbon cycle models, which culminated in this flying leap proposal. And so since then, we've been leaders in other ways. And so, yeah, if you ask Dwight Schrute, okay, what's the most important element in the production of above ground leafy growth? It's probably phosphorus, right? Yeah. No, it's nitrogen, okay? So we were the first, we added coupled CNN biogeochemistry. We were the first model to do that in the CMIT models. And then also we were the first model to add explicit crop management in CESM too. So we're getting better and better at representing complexity in carbon cycle processes. And I'll talk more later about the other things that we're currently working on. Okay, so what can we do with these types of models? We can do these kind of idealized experiments. So we say we want to inject a prescribed amount of CO2 into the atmosphere, say increases by 1% per year, and we can look at how much the land took up and how much the ocean took up and how much is left in the atmosphere and how does that affect temperature. And we call them idealized because we can look at everything together. So like the land, biogeochemistry, and radio forcings are all coupled. They're feeding back to the atmosphere. We can also think about just biogeochemical coupling. So the land and the ocean are affected by increased CO2, but that CO2 does not affect the temperature that the land and ocean see. And then we can also just have the land and oceans impacted by increasing temperatures from increased CO2, but not the actual increase in CO2 itself. Excuse me. Okay, so these are the kind of cool like hypothesis testing that we can do with these types of models. So, okay, so here's looking at these tests. So this is the cumulative land CO2 sink for the fully coupled simulation. So, and 1% per year, again, we're sort of injecting CO2. So this is somewhat realistic CO2 increase over 140 years. And then each line is a different model. CESM, you can't really see it. It's in dark green. So what's the big thing we notice about this graph? Or one of the big things? What? Everything is increasing, that's true. Yeah, definitely. What else? Yeah, really, so the high uncertainty. Okay, so we don't really know. What is the land sink? Okay, here's the biogeochemical coupled system. So again, this is just looking at CO2 increases, not temperature increases. And so everything's still increasing. So why do we think it's increasing here? Yeah, exactly, CO2 fertilization effect. So the plants are seeing increased CO2. They're happy about that. They can photosynthesize more. They're not seeing any negative effects from increased temperature, right? Okay, and here's the radiatively coupled simulation. Okay, we're actually more in agreement now. So I think once we take out CO2 fertilization and just kill the plants, the models kind of all agree. Okay, here's the cumulative ocean sink for those 3 experiments. Wow, we really understand oceans, don't we? Okay, so I think, a lot of this, at least at this scale, a lot of what's in the ocean model is dictated by physics, which we have a good handle on, whereas on the land, it's much more dictated by biogeochemistry. And so I think that's what's cool about the land is that it's really complex, but it's also really hard, and just because biology is inherently complex and random. Okay, and then crucially, this spread in the land CO2 sink imparts a spread in temperature. So again, we really need to understand where the carbon is going and what's happening to the carbon in order to understand temperature. Okay, so I'm going to take you back to the Brotherton diagram. This is sort of like a similar diagram for CESM. You might have seen this. This is how all the component models in CESM sort of fit together. It kind of maps to the Brotherton diagram. And then how do we do this? With a ton of contributors. So we have university and national lab collaborators from all over the world. There are over 150 co-authors on the CLM5 documentation paper. And then maybe you can also be one of our contributors. So you can get involved with us. If you're interested, you can come talk to any of us. Okay, so Will kind of already covered a lot of this, but I'm going to zoom into the carbon cycle. So what we really want to represent, we've got stocks and fluxes that we're trying to represent for carbon and nitrogen. We also have disturbances like fire. And then we want to look at both above ground, like plant canopies, and below ground, so soils. This is a really great book written by Gordon Bonin, who's a scientist here, kind of lays out at, I guess, a high level. He does get into the weeds, like what we're trying to do with a land system model. And then you can also check out our code on GitHub if you want to dive into the weeds yourself. Okay, so at a high level, what we're trying to do is represent plants. And then if you boil that down, really what we're trying to represent is leaves. And so with that, we're using photosynthesis and stomatal conductance. So we use Farquhar photosynthesis, Medlin's stomatal conductance. And yeah, after that, the photosynthesis at the leaf level, but then we need to scale it up to the canopy level. And while we do that, we also need to calculate light transmittance, absorption, and reflectance through the canopy. We use what's called the two-stream approximation. And then we also, in default CLM, we're basically representing each plant as one big sunlit and one big shaded leaf. So this is a fairly simplified look at what forest canopies actually look like. And I'll get back to this a little bit later. And then this gives us gross primary productivity, or basically photosynthesis, right? Okay, so then after we have our photosynthesis, the plants need to respire and then allocate that carbon to different tissues, like leaves, woods, and roots. Yep. And then that all gives us AR, autotrophic respiration, and then NPP, which is just GPP minus AR. Okay, and then we need to worry about phenology. So this is actually, like Will said, this is kind of tricky because it's influenced and it influences GPP. If you're not really concerned with phenology, if you just want to say, I know it's green in the winter, or green in the summer and brown in the winter, then it makes these other biophysical processes a lot easier. But if you do want to couple everything, it's pretty tricky. But with that, we can get exposed leaf area index. And then things like mortality and turnover lead to decomposition, and so we need to figure out how to do that. And so all of this happens in CLM. Oh yeah, and decomposition gets us heterotrophic respiration. Okay, so here's all these acronyms. We've got GPP, AR, NPP, ELAI, HR, and then out of that we get NEP, or net ecosystem production, which is just GPP minus AR minus HR, and EE, net ecosystem exchange, which is that minus loss from fires, and then NBP, and net biome production, which is all of that minus land use and harvest. Okay, so right, as I said, these are really tricky. So GPP affects LAI, but then LAI also affects GPP. And then HR also affects GPP through impacts on nitrogen availability. And so these feedbacks and interactions are what make land modeling exciting, but also difficult. Okay, so Will already went over a lot of this. We're tiling up the land. I'm just going to zoom in to these patch scales where the plant functional types are. Okay, so as I said, plants respond differently to their environment based on species. There are hundreds of thousands of plant species on Earth, right? So we can't, unfortunately, represent them all individually. So we group them together based on their sort of how they behave, what we call plant functional types. So in CLM, we've got 16 natural plant functional types. And so those are broken up by, say, evergreen versus deciduous, trees versus shrubs versus grasses, and then biomes like tropical versus boreal versus temperate. We also have crop functional types, which I'll talk more about in a bit. And so the natural vegetation, yeah, it's on its own land unit, and all the PFTs share a soil column. And then we've got crops, like Will said, those each have their own individual soil column. Okay, so agriculture and CLM, the most recent released version includes, right, we can use the crop model, and they're simulated prognostically. We simulate 11 crop types. We don't do tree crops right now, but that is an area of active research. And yeah, we've got a bunch of different crop types. Cool. Oh, and then we also, yeah, we have fertilization and irrigation, which are really important. So for the carbon cycle, you can talk to Donica Lombardazzi, as well as Sam Rabin, Sam Rabin is here at NCAR, and Donica has moved to CSU. Okay, so someone asked about parameterizations. So where do these parameterizations come from? So some of it is like laboratory understanding of plant physiological processes. So like the Farquhar model, photosynthesis is co-limited by light, energy, and export of sugars. Empirical relationships, so we can use the TRI database, if you've heard of that. So we can try to like look at all of these, a bunch of lab samples and empirical relationships to look at maybe leaf nitrogen or dark respiration. And then we kind of also think about optimality theory. So we assume that plants are trying to optimize things like water use efficiency, and this leads to these things called the FUN and LUNA model. So the FUN model, plants are looking for like the cheapest source of nitrogen, and they pay a carbon cost. And then the LUNA model optimizes VC max and J max, which are photosynthesis parameters. So some of these characteristics are data constrained and measurable, and some are not. And that's hard to do. And so this is a large problem when you're thinking about calibrating a model. And so this is something that Linnea Hawkins and we are both working on. Linnea is working with the big leaf CLM. I'm working with FATES. We're trying to use sort of like really big parameter ensembles to try to figure out how can we calibrate FATES and CLM. And so if you're interested in that, you can come talk to me. But essentially, it's a tough problem, and not only because there's high uncertainty in observations and parameter, like what we know, like what's the min and max possible parameter value, we have high uncertainty of that. And then, yeah, it's a lot of uncertainty. So, Okay, so yeah, uncertainties and future directions. Okay, so we are doing a good job at representing the land sink. Okay, so here in red is CESM 1, and the black are basically observations, and then the blue and green are CESM 2 with two different, I guess, climate forcings. Okay, so we're way better. Now we are actually representing it as a sink. Before it was negative, so that's better. We're objectively getting better in better carbon cycle. So if you've never heard of ILAM, it's the International LAM Model Benchmarking Package, essentially just a collection of data sets and then a Python package to give you something that looks like this, which is you can compare model outputs. And so here's looking at CESM 1 through CESM 2. And the greens mean it's getting better, red is worse. So and the green over here is the carbon cycle. So we're getting objectively better carbon cycle, except for soil carbon, but I've heard that that's not our fault. So that's the atmosphere's fault. It's snowing too much in the Arctic, but that's I was just told that. Don't come at me. Okay, right. So we're evolving in land modeling. So we just wanted to show this figure that kind of initially the land was definitely seen as like this boundary condition on the lower boundary of the atmosphere, and then as we've evolved, we really are starting to see that the land is an integral component of the Earth system. Okay, so one of the big things that in the land model working group that we are thinking about is how will ecosystem function and vulnerabilities transform under climate change? And this really requires like the synthesis of everything that we think we know. So the physiology of plants and animals, population and community ecology, ecosystem productivity, element cycling, of all of this stuff has to come together. And so I'm going to take you back to this figure. So as I said, plants and photosynthesis it's really important, and they affect temperature and precipitation and other climate feedbacks. Well, forest height, structure, age, and competition all impact forest height or albedo and surface roughness. And so this all feeds back onto climate. And so back in the 70s, ecologists basically noticed that forests are a mosaic of patches. So we can kind of see here's like a gap in the forest, here's a dying tree, and some young trees. And then forest dynamics are then the average of responses of many such gaps or patches. So if we looked out at this forest landscape, we kind of see that there's a lot of these gaps undergoing these sort of cyclic dynamic processes. And that's what we're trying to model with FATES. So the functionally assembled terrestrial ecosystem simulator tries to capture both this sort of fast fluxes like we do in big leaf CLM, so photosynthesis, transpiration, on 30-minute time scale. But then we also try to look at more long-term time scales, so actually daily allocation and growth of individual trees. And we're not actually looking strictly at individuals, but we group the individuals together based on their size, age, and plant functional type. So here's an animation. If we want to look at maybe there's a gap and it's burned. So we are looking at the fluxes, but then we're also going to look at how this forest regrows with these individual trees. So there's a host of people that are involved here at NCAR and externally that are involved with developing and applying FATES, including me and Sam Rabin, who's here, but then also lots of other people. Okay, so with FATES, so with big leaf CLM, we've got the vegetation on its own land unit, and we've got PFTs on individual patches. So here's kind of what the plant functional tiling looks like in regular CLM. So all the PFTs, this is sort of like dictated by CLM. This is where this PFT grows. They don't really interact. I mean, they do share a soil column, so they interact that way, but they don't really interact in any other way. In FATES, we've got patches that are based on time since disturbance, and this is dynamic. So a disturbance can be something like a tree like burning or a tree fall, and so once a patch can get created by a tree dying. And so then within those patches, we've got cohorts of trees that are all grouped based on their PFT and size. And so with this, we think that we are doing a better job at representing heterogeneity in terms of species and size structure of plants. Okay, and then we also consider diversity in terms of soil. So here, when we think about plant PFTs, in the ocean we think about plankton PFTs. We also think we should be thinking about maybe soil biota PFT. So this mimics model module considers diversity in soil microbes. Okay, so I'm just going to leave you with this slide here. So in the future, how do we think, this is our question, how does ecosystem function and vulnerabilities transform under climate change? So we think that we can start to just answer this question based on using CTSM, so the land model, and then all these interesting developments that we're working on. So the hill slope hydrology, which Will touched on, fates, and mimics. And yeah, thank you.
Question?
Thank you for the talk. So I'm curious how, if you've run fates globally with whatever version of CESM, and how the results compare to a similar run without fates.
Yeah, I don't think we've done that.
Hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something we want to do. I think right now in fates we're trying to calibrate it in terms of the parameters, and I think that's something that we wanted to get a handle on before we do a comparison like that, because we do have some biases. Like we had albedo biases that we actually just fixed, and then we've got GPP biases that we're trying to fix too. So.
Okay, so it hasn't been in any of the trendy or whatever
We are,
comparisons.
yeah.
It's not
We
there
thought
yet.
maybe we'd be able to submit to trendy this year, but I don't think we're gonna pull it off because we just got. Before that we couldn't do land use change with fates, but we just got that in, and I think we're still working on. Yeah.
Right.
Next year, it's a goal for next year. Yeah. So.
Thanks.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I just noticed there's a figure in both the talks this morning about the land use and the columns where there's a,
Yeah.
and I noticed that for the lakes there isn't any columns. I was wondering why. Why is it less represented?
I don't know about that. Will.
It's just a body of water with depth in an area. That's pretty simple. Oh, sorry. It's just a body of water with a depth in an area, and then we keep track of lake temperature and maybe a few other things, but that's kind of it. So there's no column because there's nothing. There's no finer resolution that we need for the representation of lakes.
Wouldn't there be vegetation maybe on the lakes? Or?
Nope.
No.
Okay. No pond lilies or anything. Yeah, they're biogeochemically dead. Which actually, I mean, somebody else had a question about methane earlier in dynamic wetlands, and that's actually one of the challenges we have is that there is a pull request to have like a more prognostic representation of water management and reservoir management, and that would allow us to have changing lake areas, but we don't have any way to initialize like the pond muck under the lake to think about methane emissions. Like if you flood an area, make a new reservoir, it's going to outgas a ton of methane, but we don't do that right now. Yeah. Somebody needs to help us.
Hi, thank you for that talk. So this might be a loaded question, but what I was trying to understand is a lot of the research that happens about these processes and a lot of the sampling have like North Hemisphere or Western biases because that's where it's focused. So I'm wondering when you're looking at these global models, how do you incorporate diversity and understanding like, there's like, when you look at soil moisture, there's like, I think like 10 samples all of Africa. So like, how do you incorporate the diversity of understanding these processes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great point. I think, I don't know. I think there's newer proposals coming out that really try to have a focus on data collection in like global south or other areas that aren't characteristically sampled. But yeah, if you look at like forest inventory, a lot of it is in the Western hemisphere or the northern hemisphere. And I think it really does bias our results and it's a problem. So I agree. I mean, a lot of the work that I'm doing is comparing to these global models that are based on satellite observations. But I think you're right. Like the site-based simulations, I think, they probably have a bias to them.
Yeah,
Hi, thanks for the nice talk. So I have a question following up on this. Have you compared your model to satellite observations yet? And also, is it possible to drive it with satellite observations to see the climate trends over the past 20 years, 30 years?
So yes, we do compare to satellite observations of things like LAI. GPP is sort of like a modeled on satellite observations, so things like that. And we can drive, so we can drive, Will was talking about satellite phenology mode, which is when we drive the model with observed LAI, and that is from satellites. I don't know if were you thinking about another product?
Yeah, mostly like GPP, LAI.
Yeah, so that would be like data assimilation, which we haven't really done that much in the land. I mean, we really want to. We just, again, it's like a people power problem. Yeah, so that would be really interesting, and I think we would love to have somebody do that. Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. I have a question, and maybe it's a little bit silly, but has anyone thought about the interactions between things like animals, insects, and the ecosystem? For example, like certain insect species, like the pine beetle, and what climate change means for that, or too many deer will lead to over browsing, and then
Yeah, we don't have animals in CLM, right? We should, definitely. And I think there have been individual studies. So there were some groups looking at bark beetle. We had someone wrote a bark beetle module. It's hard with base CLM because it doesn't really represent wood and diameter, and that's really important for kind of predicting the probability of being infested, at least from, I actually did, my graduate research was on spruce beetle. But anyway, Fates, I think, maybe opens the door to more animal kind of studies, because then you can look at height diversity and how it's impacting birds. And yeah, I mean, there's people interested in hare browsing, and deer browsing is really important. But yeah, again, it's an open door for, we need that kind of stuff. And there was some study a few years ago on how earthworms are really important in the boreal because of their and we don't have earthworms. Or maybe Mimics has earthworm. No. Okay, so yeah, there's a wealth of features that we could add to the model. Yeah, but the problem with adding is complexity breeds uncertainty, and so I think a lot of times we're sort of empirically kind of handling a lot of this stuff now, and if we add more processes to the model, we have to it's going to increase our uncertainty, and so it's double-edged sword for sure. Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering if you have used any of these more complex crop models or land use models in a predictive scheme, on a seasonal time scale, whether or not you're going to have crop failure in a certain region.
I have not.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Yeah.
I'm Shannon. Hi. We met over breakfast. Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
I was wondering if these more complex land use models have been used in a predictive scheme, trying to look at whether or not there's crop failures.
So I cannot answer that question, but my research will be about the effect of heat stress on crops. And I will also, in a later stage, I will do also predictions. But I think a problem, what I've learned is that sometimes the planting days of the crops can be a bit off in CLM. And this will also affect, of course, crop failures and that sort of predictive simulations. So yeah, I think there's quite a lot of work still to be done. And I'm just starting with CLM. So I used another crop model before, so I cannot do all the detailed answers.
Yeah, and maybe just building on what Shannon said. So CESM was the first ESM to have a crop model, period. And that just came out in 2019. So it's pretty new science, and so the idea of crop failures is something that Shannon and a few others are interested in, but it's pretty brand new science.
Yeah, I think it'd be really interesting because I think there's a lot of inference of whether or not there's going to be like drought or flooding in certain regions, but if you could explicitly show it, yeah, I think that would be really
well. And it is something. So there's an AgMIP community, which is much more focused on crop models and crop modeling in particular, and that's something that the AgMIP community thinks about. But it's not. Those simulations are typically very kind of crop focused. They're not ESM focused.
Thank you.
Hi. This is motivated by something you just said about the uncertainty. As these, as the model is getting more complex, are you seeing more uncertainty?
Yeah. I mean, at least with fates, like the uncertainty is much higher with fates than it is with CLM. Yeah.
And what do you? I guess how do you approach that? I'm wondering if this is related to, like the idea of the Arctic greening in February and having to put constraints. Is that how you deal with the increased uncertainty, or how do you approach it?
Yeah, so I mean, you can kind of come at it a few ways. You can say like, okay, well, maybe, I think there's like, maybe this, whatever we had before was like some kind of Band-Aid on a problem. So now we've like fixed this other issue. So this is more like correct, but now like it's not Band-Aiding our other problems. So maybe there's a structural problem elsewhere in the model. Maybe the process, if we put in a process based on like empirical studies, maybe the parameters are not quite right for our model, so we can do some parameter tuning. I think there's a lot of different things you can do, or you can chalk it up to just like, well, now there's more uncertainty. But I think there's a lot of different approaches you can take.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
As one of the speakers yesterday mentioned that machine learning was being incorporated into some of the modules, is that part of the land surface?
We are thinking about
well?
that. Yeah, we haven't. Linnea is doing. She wants to. So the parameterization, the calibration, we're using machine learning. So we run a big ensemble where we vary sort of what we think are the most important parameters, and then we train that ensemble. We use that to train these emulators, which are trying to sort of, it's a machine learning to emulate model output. So we can, we actually run the true model like 500 times, and then we can run an emulator in like a minute 1,000,000 times. And so then we can kind of explore this parameter space. So that's one way we're using machine learning. And then another way we can try to use machine learning is to do this hybrid approach where we're actually putting some kind of like neural network in the code itself. And so we say like, okay, well, here's like your input. So like if we wanted to make like photosynthesis instead of the Farquhar model, which is like this process-based model, we can say, well, we've trained this neural network. If you give me light and temperature and moisture or BPD, I'll spit out what your assimilation is, and it's kind of a black box. So you can think, I don't know how to do this technically like in the code, but there are ways to try to couple both the neural network and the process-based code. And so we're starting to think about doing that. I don't know if that's going to ever end up being in like the default version, but it is something that we're exploring.
Well, thank you.
Any more questions? Otherwise, you will stick a little bit longer. And I want to make an announcement. We have been aware that 2 people are sick, and they are not in the room. They are staying at the hotel, but we have masks and we have hand sanitizer if people want to use this. And if you are sick, we would prefer that you stay at the hotel if you're feeling like really crap. Bluesy voice, okay. Okay, then there is the food. Try to go, I don't know if the food is already there. No, it will be there soon. Try to do 2 lines that we can go quickly, and then we will come. I have another announcement because we have the food is not there. Then today there are a few people that will meet a scientist. Then if you are one of these, I'm going to ask you that you leave at noon, really at noon, the lab, or maybe even at 11:59, and you get your food, and then you go back to your room with the room where you are going to meet the scientist. It's completely okay to eat with the scientist. They will have their food too, in theory, then. Or you can share with them, but yeah, then it's okay, but go a little bit early because And then if you are not meeting a scientist today, you can stick a little bit, a few minutes more in the library and continue on your exercise and then move to the cafeteria. Okay? Okay, thank you. Oops, sorry. Okay, then it's 10:30. We are going to start over. Then Hui is going to introduce the lab session of today. Then she will introduce the exercise we suggest we do for an average speed, but you are welcome again to move faster or slower if you need to.
Oh, the screen means it's on. Okay. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Hui. I am a project scientist here at NCAR CGD. So I'm going to give you a very brief introduction. I think I lost my mic. I'm going to give you a very brief introduction of today's lab session. We're going to have a simple XML modification lab. So from yesterday's lab, you may have already seen XML files, and if you finish the exercise, you may have already experienced changing these files with the XML change command. So the goal of today is to have a deeper look of these XML files. We will learn how to edit them and what they are used for. So this is the outline for today's lab. We will first of all learn what XML files are and how to modify them. And then we will try to use the XML files to control the length of our CSM run. We'll learn how to start and stop a run, restart a run, change the length of your run, and how to use time files. And then we'll also learn how to modify what type of run you want. And then we will we'll also learn how to modify certain variables in the XML files. We'll use physics time steps as an example. And then later we'll wrap up with 3 exercises to help you better understand how XML files work. So from yesterday's lab, we learned that there are 4 basic steps for running CSM. You first create a new case, you then set your case up, then you build it, and then you submit it, right? So after you run create new case, if you take a look at your case directory, you will find a whole bunch of files. And some of these files start with env, and then ends with an XML extension. And these are the XML files we're talking about. These are user customizable model control files. And we use these files to control how do we want to compile and run our CSM model. As we mentioned, these files are created after you run create new case. And the most commonly used model control file is this one. It's called envrun.xml. We use this one to control the length of our run type, based on our experiment design. And we will practice in today's lab session how to use them. And actually, if you take a look, there are a whole bunch of different files, and if you have extra time, you're encouraged to take a look of all of them. Just browse the variables. They each have a brief explanation of what each variable does. So maybe later, when you go back to your institute and run your own CSM experiment, you may find this helpful. But today, we're going to focus on the envrun.xml file. So before everything, we want to learn how to modify or how to edit your XML file. We highly recommend that you use the tool XML Change. This is the one that appears in yesterday's lab. You can find this tool in your case directory. And of course, another way you can do it, you can always use your favorite text editor like Emacs or VI. Just open up the XML file and change it manually. But the reason why we highly recommend that you use XML change is that every time you run this command, it will the changes you've made will be automatically documented in a file called case status. You'll also find it in your case directory, so that every time you made a change to your case, you know what kind of changes you made. So this is a very good practice. No matter what kind of method you want to use to modify your file, always remember to journal what kind of changes you made to your case. You may think you remember it at the time you make the change, but in 2-3 months, you will remember nothing. Speaking from my own experience, learned it the hard way. And it's very easy to use XML change. Here is an example. For example, there is a variable called continue run. It's in the envrun.xml file. If you want to change this variable value from false to true, you would just need to run this command. Just execute ./XML change followed by the variable name equals to your desired value. So it's very straightforward to use. And there's another very important and useful tool called XML query. This one is just to use to search your variable value. The usage is similar to XML change. You just /XML query followed by your desired variable name. In this case, we have run type as an example. And this will return the value of run type. The default value is hybrid. And anytime you forgot how to use these tools, you can always execute the tool followed by --help. This will give you a man page that will give you useful information of how to use these tools. And next, we're going to learn how to control the length of your run using the XML file, specifically env_run.xml. So basically, the length of your model run is controlled by several runtime variables in this env_run.xml file. And these files may be modified at the initialization of the run, and some of them can be modified during the course of a run. We will learn about how to customize your runtime, how to start, stop, restart, and continue a model run. And in the exercise, we'll practice how to specify the run length of your long simulations. So I will introduce you some of the most important variables. The first two are stop option and stop n. So the run length option, stop option and stop n, you can find them in your env_run.xml file. Stop option sets the run length time interval type. For example, if you want to run your model run for several months, several days, or several years, etc. And stop n sets the number of intervals. For example, you want to run 6 months, 2 months, or something like that. The usage is just like this. That gets XML change stop n means that you want to run 6. 6 what? XML change stop option n months means that you want to set your run length to be 6 months. It's kind of straightforward, right? And I want to mention that these two variables control the length of your run per job submission. So a typical long CESM run, you can't just finish it in one go. This is because you can only stay in the HPC queue for a limited wall clock time. Under Rachel, I think it's 12 hours. So every time, if you want to run a long climate simulation, for example, 100 years, you have to divide your runs into smaller pieces. And every time we submit a batch job, you run several years, right? And the stop option and stop n only controls the run length per job submission. And we'll talk about how to run long runs in about a minute. But before that, we'll have to clarify some very important concepts, which is initial run versus continue run. So we talked about when you submit a long run, you have to divide your long run into smaller pieces. And for each job submission, your run can either be an initial run or a continue run. Initial run means your run starts from the very beginning, and continue run means that you want to continue this one from a previously completed batch job so that your run can continue and become a long run as if it never been stopped. So we control, we tell the model if the current run is initial run or continue run with this variable called continue run. What else you can call it, right? It's also in env_run.xml. It's kind of a flag variable to tell the model what kind of run this is. If this value is set to be false, it means this is not a continue run, so it's an initial run. If the value is set to true, it tells the model, I want to continue from where I left off. Here is an example. If you want to submit an initial job, obviously you want to set the continue run to be false because it starts from the very beginning, right? And you run your simulation for 1 month, and afterwards you check everything looks good, and now you want to continue this current run for another month. What do? You will have to set the continue run value to be true so that the model knows you want to run for another month. If you don't set this variable to be true, it's still default false, what will happen? It will run again from the very beginning. So in the end, you still get 1 month. It just runs all over again rather than continue it, right? And then how to set run lengths for long simulations. We already talked about the continue run, but there's another variable called resubmit. It actually tells the model how many times you want to resubmit your job into the queue. Let me see if there's interesting information. Yeah, so basically the total number of your submission is your initial run plus the value in this resubmit variable. For example, if you set resubmit to be 1 and you submit an initial run, the model will run it for the first job, finish it, and it realize, oh, you want to resubmit it again, and will do it twice. So in total, you get 2 job submissions. And there is an interesting relationship between these two variables, the continue run we mentioned before, and the resubmit. So if when you submit your initial run and you set the resubmit value to be something bigger than 0, the model realizes that this is a long run. So after your first submission, it will automatically change the continue run to be true, so your model can continue. Yeah, it's okay if you feel it's a little confusing. You can find all of this information in your lab material, so you're all good. But now we have a quiz, okay? So for example, the tutorial version of the CESM model under Rachel now simulates 10 model years per walk clock day. And the maximum walk clock request is 12 hours, meaning that every time you can request 12 hours to stay in the CPU queue, in the HPC queue. Now, if you want to run a long simulation for 100 years, what kind of values you have to be set for stop option, stop in, and resubmit? Okay, and everyone have 10 seconds to think about it, and I'll ask one of you to answer it. And I'm just kidding. We'll just go through it all together, okay? I see several very serious faces. Okay, so we know that each job submission request is maximum 12 hours. Assume that we want to use the full 12 hours for each job submission. And we know that the model can run 10 model years per walk clock day. That means walk clock day is 24 hours, right? It means that if we want to run on 12 hours, they will give us five years per job submission. So in this case, we can set stop option as n years. Stop n equals 5. This tells us, every job submission we want to run 5 years. But how many job submissions? For 100 years, we need 20 submissions in total, right? And the total number of submissions is your initial run plus the number you specified in resubmit. So that we have your initial run of 5 years plus your 19 resubmissions multiply 5 years per job equals 100 years in total. Okay, this example, you can also find it in your lab tutorial material. So it's okay if you feel like it's a little confusing at this time. So that's how we use XML files to control the length of a run. You can also use it to specify the type of a run. We have 3 types of CSM runs. It could be a startup, a hybrid, and a branch. We don't have time to go through all of this, but you'll have to learn this by yourself in your lab session. Another thing I want to mention is that the run type is only relevant for your initial run. If your run has already started and the rest of your runs are all continue runs, and at this time if you set the run type, it won't matter. It only matters when you submit your initial run. Okay, so that's probably a very brief introduction of today's lab, but we will have 3 exercises in the end to help you better understand XML files. In exercise 1, we will practice the runtime variable modifications, your stop option, stop in. In exercise 2, we will create a branch run, which is one type of CSM run, and we can modify the ocean coupling frequency. And in exercise 3, we will create a hybrid run, which is another type of run type for CSM run. And we will learn how to modify the atmosphere physics time step. So you can have fun with your lab session. That's all I want to say. I find it.
Okay, do you have any question before you? Okay, and
you mentioned earlier in the earlier talk, one of the runs should not be run on the tutorial queue. Does that apply to all of the runs that we're doing today, or a specific one?
Yeah, this is for the long run, and it will really see in the instruction I wrote. Very, very important. Don't run this in the tutorial queue. It's only for the longer run. The other run, we want you to run them fast, then you can see the solution. But for the long run, we don't want you to run it in the tutorial queue because otherwise you will use all the resources and you cannot do anything else. Can move to the library, and if you are doing Meet a Scientist, please leave early for lunch. Okay, then it's 1:15, and we are going to go to our next presenter. Then yesterday we did the atmosphere, this morning the land, and now we have Alice is going to talk about the sea ice. Then
Yep. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the mic working? Okay. So as Cecile said, my name is Alice Duvivier. I'm a scientist here at NCAR. I'm a polar climate scientist. I wore my penguin socks, but I don't just study the South Pole. I also study the northern polar regions. I just don't have any polar bear socks, so I think I need to remedy that in my wardrobe is what I'm realizing. So as Cecile said, I'm going to talk to you about sea ice modeling, and I know this week is like drinking from a fire hose for all of you, so some of you might be like, I really don't care about sea ice. But hopefully you'll at least remember some of this and why it's important for the whole CESM, even if you're not using the sea ice model. So the first thing that I want to just make sure that we're all on the same page about is what is sea ice. And these pictures here are showing images of sea ice from above, from planes, and what it is it's sea water that is frozen and it forms seasonally. So because it's frozen seawater, there is salt in it, and that makes it behave differently than land ice, like glaciers that you might think about, or ice sheets on Greenland or Antarctica. It moves around. It exists in these discrete flows here. So like an individual parcel of ice is like an ice flow. And it's really heterogeneous. I'll talk a little bit more about it. So sea ice exists in two places, in the Arctic and the Antarctic, and they're both a little bit different. So what we're seeing here is an image that you might see if you were a satellite over the North Pole. If you look at these top figures, and there's a polar bear. I want to remind you that polar bears are only in the northern hemisphere. And then it also exists in the southern hemisphere here, where there are penguins. And they both have very large seasonal cycles. The other thing, just I know you're all grown-ups, but I always make sure to tell kids that polar bears and penguins, they don't actually ever hang out and see each other. And if they did, the polar bears would very happily eat those penguins. But if you're, sometimes it can help to just think about which pole you're thinking about. So we see that there's different types of sea ice cover. In these figures, the white is sea ice cover. On the left column, we're looking at the September, what you might see from a satellite in September in the Arctic and the Antarctic. And then on the right, we're seeing March. And what you might notice is that in September, sorry, it's really hard with this mouse. In September, we have the minimum extent of Arctic sea ice. So this white cover here is the spatial area that's covered by sea ice in the northern hemisphere. And in contrast, in the Antarctic, we have the maximum extent here because it's their winter time when it's our end of summer. And then the reverse is true in March, where in March we have the maximum extent of sea ice in the Arctic and then the minimum extent in the Antarctic. So there's some big differences that are kind of important to how we model the sea ices here, the sea ice in CESM. So the first thing to think about is that the Arctic is an ocean. So at the pole, it's actually ocean, and it's bounded by land. And that means that sometimes the ice bangs up against the land and it can't move nicely, and so it gets kind of stuck. And so you get convergence of sea ice at the land, and that can lead to very thick ice, and thick ice can last through the summer and into the next year. And so that's why in the Arctic, we often have more extensive sea ice in the summer, because we have this multi-year ice that persists more than 1 year. So the seasonal cycle goes from about 5 million square kilometers in September to about 12 million square kilometers in March. So it's a little more than double the total area at the maximum. And that the land really forms the boundaries. There are some areas like here in the North Atlantic and a little bit in the Bering Strait where you have ocean heat that would also determine where the edge of the sea ice is, but that land is really important for setting how far south the sea ice can go, because it obviously doesn't grow onto the land. The Antarctic, in contrast, is unbounded. So at the pole, you have land, and then you have ocean around it. And so the sea ice in the Antarctic is ice that's in what we call free drifts. So it is not most of it is not like stuck up against the coast. And you get a much larger seasonal cycle where the ice grows pretty far north in their winter. And this extent is really determined by the ocean heat content and the boundary of the ocean currents that are warm enough to melt that sea ice. And then in the summer months, it actually melts pretty much all the way back to the coast in most places. And so you get this huge seasonal cycle from 2 million square kilometers all the way up to 15 million square kilometers. All right, so sea ice in both hemispheres, though, is important to think about as something that's very heterogeneous. So there's a lot of sub-grid scale variability that's going on. You can see that in some of these pictures here. So this is what's called a ridge. If you have two flows that come together and they make contact, they might interact, and you'd get some stresses, and they would end up piling up, and you get thicker ice along the ridge where they're interacting. You can also get leads where two flows pull apart, and you get ocean exposed there, and then you might get freezing ice in that new ocean area. But you can see that even on these different, all these different scales, 10 meters to 500 meters to, this is also about 500 meters, there's a lot of differences you see. It's not just a pure white surface covering. You can also see that in other times of the year, you might get what are called melt ponds. So that's what you have here when you have snow on top of the ice that melts, and then it forms little ponds there, and those really affect the albedo or the reflectivity of this surface. And then in the same figure, you can see there are also flows here, and this is actually ocean between these flows that's even darker than the melt ponds. But all these flows come together, and they have a fairly continuous cover over the surface of the Earth. And the other thing I want to point out, the thickness of sea ice is on the order of meters. So, from open ocean up to, 4 or 5 meters, maybe. We don't usually see ice that thick in reality these days because it's warmer. But it's not like many kilometers thick, which is the case for the ice sheets over Greenland and Antarctica. All right, and I just wanted to show this figure, again, kind of contrasting the Arctic and the Antarctic, but what you're seeing here is you go through time from spring till summer, and you have your ice that's floating in the ocean, and there are different processes that are important throughout the year. In the Arctic, I want to point out that there's a snow cover and there's atmosphere-snow interactions, so you get snowfall, you can get blowing snow, there's heat conduction through the snow and the ice, there's an ocean heat flux all the time. But sometime in the later spring, you get the melt of this snow, and you get these melt ponds that really change the reflectivity. In contrast, in the Antarctic, you do have snow on the sea ice. You still have atmosphere-snow interactions, snowfall, snowdrift, but you don't really get the melt ponds that are as important as they are in the Arctic. One thing you do get there is you get so much snow on the ice that it actually is heavy enough that it pushes down below the surface of the ocean, and you get flooding of that snow layer, and then it freezes into ice, and so you can get what's called snow ice formation. So, and you can have that in the Arctic, it's just not as dominant of a process. So we use the same model in both hemispheres, but the point of this is I want to emphasize is that different processes can be important depending on which hemisphere you're looking at. All right, so why do we care about sea ice and climate models? One of the main things is that sea ice, especially in the Arctic, has been thought of as kind of one of the main metrics for understanding how fast climate is changing. So what you see here is the seasonal cycle. As I mentioned, it's really big, where you get a maximum of sea ice in March, and then you get a minimum in September, and then it starts to grow again in the fall. And the blue line here is this year, and this is from the National Snow and Ice Data Center. We're looking at the total spatial area of ice that's covering in the northern hemisphere. And you can see that we're tracking pretty closely along what was the record minimum in 2012. So, and what you have in the darker grays are like the average, or I think it's the mean and the median, and then like the interquartile range. But in the past several years, basically we've always been on the lower end of this in the Arctic. And that really manifests in September the most, so when this minimum happens. You can see there's a very clear downward trend in the September sea ice extent. There's variability, there's a lot of internal variability in the system, but we're getting decreasing ice cover in the Arctic. So that's one important reason that people care about sea ice. The story's a little bit more complex in the Antarctic. Again, huge seasonal cycle. Last year was the record minimum for sea ice in the Antarctic, and what I'm showing here are anomalies, and the ice in the Antarctic has been a little bit more complicated. If you look from 1979 to about 2015, there was actually a slight increasing trend, and then since 2016, there's been a really steep drop-off, and this is an active area of research, people trying to understand why the sea ice regime has kind of changed and what's going on. But I just wanted to point out for 2024, we're kind of, again, on track for this record minimum sea ice extent in the southern hemisphere as well. All right, another reason that sea ice matters in CESM is that it's really important for climate feedbacks. So it has a huge impact on the surface energy budget in either pole, wherever it's existing. Places where it exists, it's reflecting a lot of the solar radiation that is coming in from the sun if the sun is up in that hemisphere. And places where it's not there, the ocean is absorbing a lot more heat, and so, or a lot more of that solar radiation, and then it heats up. And so you get the sea ice albedo feedback, which many of you have probably heard about, where if you have more open ocean, you're going to absorb more radiation. It gets warmer, it melts more ice, and that feedback continues. So it's really important for affecting different climate feedbacks, not just the albedo feedback, but also sometimes like near surface stability, clouds, stuff like that. So this is an example of showing the surface energy budget. So this is the albedo, and you can see where there's sea ice, the albedo is greater than 0.8, which means that more than 80% of the incoming solar radiation is reflected back to space. And then in places where there's open ocean, it's less than 0.1, so less than 10% is actually being reflected back to space. And the sea ice also insulates the ocean from the atmosphere, immediately causing turbulent heat and moisture exchange. So it's really important for these energy fluxes and also the moisture fluxes as well. Another reason it's important is it impacts the hydrologic cycle. So when ice forms, there's still a little bit of salt in the ice, but most of the salt doesn't actually stay in the ice. It kind of gets rejected, brine rejection, as the ice forms. And the ocean water where the ice formed from actually gets saltier, and so you get a salt flux basically to the ocean and relatively fresh ice when you have ice forming. And this is really important in the southern hemisphere where you can have deep water formation happening around Antarctica, and it also happens up in the Arctic as well, in like the Greenland, Iceland, Norwegian seas, some in the Labrador Sea. It moves around, so it can move fresh water from one place to another. So if it forms in the Arctic and then flows out here through Fram Strait, you're basically moving fresh water from the Arctic down further south. And so if you're interested in how fresh water is moving around, you also are going to need a sea ice model that actually is reasonable within the whole global model. All right, so hopefully I've at least convinced you that even if you're not super excited about sea ice, it is still important for CESM. So what do we need if we're going to have a sea ice model in CESM, or what do we need for climate applications? So the first thing we need is we need a model that can reasonably simulate kind of the mean state and the variability of the sea ice. So what we mean by the mean state is like the ice concentration or the spatial fraction that's being covered by sea ice. The thickness of the sea ice, if you're getting like 20-meter thick sea ice, you're not going to have a reasonable heat flux from the ocean into the atmosphere. And then the mass budget's like how the ice grows and moves and all of that. You want to realistically simulate the ice-ocean atmosphere exchanges of heat and moisture. And then when you have a climate feedback, you want the ice to respond to that as well. And originally, climate models didn't have all of this. They just used prescribed ice. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just have an ice cover, it'll be fine. But they found that the climate didn't really evolve properly, and that you needed a sea ice model to get seasonal cycles and the total Earth energy budgets correct. All right, so sea ice models that are used in climate simulations, including CESM, they have two primary components, and I would say most models these days also have this third component. So the first two is that you need a dynamic component. This is going to solve a force balance to determine how the ice is moving around, because it's on the ocean. It can float around with the ocean currents. It can be blown by wind. You also need thermodynamics, so you need a vertical ice temperature profile. We now have a vertical ice salinity profile. And then you need some lateral and vertical melt and growth rates, so that like if you have a cell that has ice, it's growing. If you lose heat, it's going to grow. And then this ice thickness distribution is a subgrid scale parameterization, where we say we have ice in this grid cell, and how much of it is within different thickness classes. Because, as I pointed out, ice is really heterogeneous, so you might have ridges that are really thick, and then areas of new ice growth in a lead that are really thin, all within the same grid cell. And so you want to look probabilistically at how much ice is really thin ice versus really thick ice, because that could affect albedo, the heat fluxes, all of that. And what this figure is showing is how different the surface temperature is when you look at a coupled run. So this is a fully coupled run in red versus a slab ocean run when you don't have active dynamics, going on. And you can see that like the temperatures at the surface are really, really different in the Southern Ocean especially but also different in the Arctic. So CESM uses a model called CICE, that's CICE. I don't think it's actually an acronym for anything. It's called the Los Alamos Sea Ice Model. We use CICE version 5 in CESM 2. If you are excited about sea ice and you're one of these people who's actually going to use it, there's full documentation online that should help you with all sorts of information about it. And one thing just to note is that the current CICE development is through the International CICE Consortium, and so there's a number of different institutions that are helping to develop this model together. It's not done just here at NCAR. But we do some of the model development, and then we push it back to the consortium. But the idea is we are all helping develop it, and we'll all benefit from each other's I guess, developments. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about those parts of what you need in a sea ice model, just to give kind of a broad overview so you have an idea of what's going on. So dynamics, the movement of the ice. So as I said, sea ice is sitting on the ocean. It can move around due to the ocean currents, due to wind stress, and then there's also internal ice stresses as the different flows like run into each other and push up against each other and stuff. So what we do is we solve an equation like this where we say the change in motion here depends on like a Coriolis force, an air stress term, an ocean stress term, the slope of the sea surface. So like if your ocean is, it's not flat, it's sloped a little bit, that can cause stresses on the ice and could cause it to move. And then there's an internal ice stress too. So we treat ice as a continuum. Basically, we're looking at the rheology or the study of how it moves and flows as a relationship between these stresses and this deformation. And I guess some of the main terms that are important to think about here, the ocean stress and the air stress. So these are these two terms. You can look, they're basically just like drag terms in the equation here. So you can see that the air ice stress depends on the atmospheric wind speed, whereas the ice ocean stress, this is like a difference in the speed between the water speed and the actual ice speed. But they're very similar. And one thing that I think is important to think about is that like which of these terms are dominant in the different hemispheres. So when you look in the different hemispheres, we're looking at the Arctic here, you can see that the atmospheric stress, this black line, is basically one of the dominant terms. But there's also some significant impacts from ocean stress, internal stress, and Coriolis. Whereas in the Antarctic, it's basically just the air stress and the ocean stress that are the important drivers here. There's very little internal ice stress, and this is because it's in free drift, so there's not really as much interaction between the flows because they're not being bounded by the land the same way they are in the Arctic. The other thing that I want to point out about the dynamics with the internal ice stress that's very important is that internal stresses can cause the ice to deform. So you can imagine that if you have a flow here, the blue thing is your flow, it's moving at some velocity and it has some length L, and then it runs into the coast, so this is the coast. When it runs into that coast, there's going to be internal ice stresses that are going to cause it to deform. And so here you can see it looks a little different. Its length has decreased by delta L, but it's gotten thicker. And so the important part of this internal ice stress when we get deformation is that volume is conserved. So ice area is not conserved. You can see that even though we had the same mass of ice, here if you were looking at the area, it would be a smaller area coverage than this one. So if you're looking at the model, it's just important to remember that volume is conserved, but area will not be conserved. And there's a lot of active research going on about the best ways to relate the ice stress to strain and how the deformation happens and all of that stuff. And I think that's just way more than, honestly, more than I understand as a non-sea ice dynamicist and more than probably many of you understand. But if you are a sea ice dynamicist, cool. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about are thermodynamics. So this is basically how the ice grows or shrinks or melts. And this is mainly due to like we think of this in like a vertical column. You can get lateral ice melt within a particular grid cell, but we're mainly thinking about a column. So the way we represent the sea ice in the model is that we have, if this blue is the sea ice, we have 8 different, I think this says thickness categories, but it should be thickness layers. So we have 8 layers and then 3 snow layers on top of that. And what we think about is that we want to solve the flux balance at the top surface, but also at the bottom surface. So at the bottom, we're interested in fluxes of heat from the ocean. Those can be conducted through the ice, and then at the surface we have the short wave fluxes, the long wave fluxes, sensible latent heat fluxes, and the amount of snow on top of the ice is going to affect the conduction as well. So we calculate both like a top and a bottom growth or melt rate. So you can grow ice from the bottom if it gets cold, but you can also melt ice from the bottom if the ocean's getting warmer. And you don't usually grow ice from the top unless you get a lot of snow on there and then it sinks, but you can melt ice from the top. So, we do resolve a bunch of those different processes. If you're looking at the mass budget, you can look at like surface melt, bottom melt, lateral melt, and see which of those terms is kind of dominating melt. And if you do that, you'll find that in the Arctic, the surface melt and the bottom melt are both really important, but in the Antarctic, it's all bottom melt. All right, so we also look at vertical heat transfer, and what's important about this is that the heat capacity and the conductivity of the ice are functions of both the temperature and the salinity. So in the past, the salinity, we just assumed a salinity profile in the ice, and we said this is what is existing, but in CESM2, one of the new things for the sea ice was that we solved both temperature and salinity profiles using something that's called mushy layer thermodynamics. And this helps us to get a better representation of how heat would be conducted through the ice as it ages as well, because as ice gets older, more and more of the brine drains out through these microscopic channels that you see here. So over time, ice gets more and more fresh in the ocean. So we assume with the mushy thermodynamics that there are pockets or channels of brine and that they're in thermal equilibrium with the ice. One thing to note, we assume that the sea ice in the model is one density. That's not very realistic, but that's what everyone basically assumes in climate models, and actually what satellite retrievals also make that assumption. So if you're wondering, that's something that's also an active area of research, is how could we maybe have a varying ice density. All right, one of the most important, I think some people would argue like the most important impact of sea ice is its impact on albedo. And so I showed you this figure earlier. This is just a picture from a plane of some sea ice, and these like lighter blue things are melt ponds on top, and then over on the other side, we have the open ocean with individual sea ice flows on it. But the first thing that probably strikes you seeing this is like how bright it is, right? So anywhere there's sea ice that has snow on top of it, it's super bright, it's really, really white, it's gonna reflect a lot of the radiation to space. And so what we see when we look at the annual cycle of sea ice is that when we have this dry snow on top of the sea ice, the albedo is super high. So more than 80% of the radiation is going to be reflected. And then as you go into the melt season, so this is showing June, July, August, and that snow starts to melt, what you get is melting snow, and then you get these melt pond formations, and the albedo goes down. And then throughout a lot of the summer, there's kind of ponds that grow. They can drain through the ice sometimes. Sometimes they grow into each other. So you get this whole evolution of ponds that are going to affect the albedo. It never goes quite as dark as open ocean, but it gets pretty dark where more than 50% of the radiation is being absorbed rather than reflected. And then in the fall, as the ice freezes back up, the albedo increases because all of these melt ponds, you can actually have them start to freeze over, and then snow starts to fall, and so the albedo increases. And so this is a pretty important thing that we represent. We represent melt ponds in CEIS. And what this shows is, so we have the melt ponds, they're affecting the radiation. That's the only part of the sea ice model that they affect, but they have a really big impact on the surface forcing. And so what we're seeing here is they evolve over time. They're carried along as tracers as the ice moves around. And we also take into account what happens if sea ice is deformed. So like if you have two flows with ponds that collide, the model is able to solve for like what the new fraction of ponds would be and stuff like that. And the main thing I'm showing here is just the difference in shortwave flux in two CESM runs, one that's 1 times CO2 and one that's a 2 times CO2 run, where we ran with ponds and without ponds. And you can see that there's a really huge difference in the summer months in the amount of shortwave flux that's actually getting into the ice if you have ponds versus no ponds, like up to 10 watts per meter squared. So pretty big impact. All right. One of the next things that I talked about, the sea ice thickness distribution. So what you're seeing here, this figure is a picture from under the ice, and what you can see is like where it's lighter, that's pretty thin ice, and then this thicker ice is maybe keels where some of those flows have rafted together. And if you look at a transect, you can see this heterogeneity here as you go along. You know, the ice thickness is this dark blue, and some places it's less than 1 meter thick, and then some places it's like 4 meters thick. And so the ice is very heterogeneous. This is a 1 kilometer marker of scale. Our grid boxes are like 100-ish kilometers. So what we want to do is have some representation of this subgrid scale heterogeneity. So we do this with the ice thickness distribution. We have 5 categories of sea ice, so really thick ice down to very, very thin ice. And for each of these categories, we keep track of how much of the grid cell is covered by each of those thickness. So if you had a grid cell that was like 100% covered, we could look at, okay, 20% is covered by the really thick ice and 50% is by the thin ice, and then the other remaining parts might be distributed between those other thickness categories. So we track the volume of each category per grid cell, the enthalpy, the snow temperature, the surface temperature, and then any snow and melt pond areas on the ice. So this is like a melt pond for this grid, for this thickness category. This is snow on that thickness category. So we take that around as the ice moves for each of the thickness categories. So this is what you might see if you were looking at the thickness distribution, that there's like a pretty high density of ice in this like open water, very like newly growing ice, thin ice. And then there's a lot in this first year ice category, and then relatively less in this thick multi-year ice category, and then it drops off where you don't have very much ice that's super thick at all. And what's important, as I said, is that we conserve volume. So if you converge ice and you get a ridge, then you might lose some of the probability of ice in this really thin category, but you're gaining it in these thicker categories here. So we're not gaining or losing volume, we're just kind of saying this ice has been moved to be a thicker category. And you can do the same thing if you had divergence where flows like come apart and you're getting new ice growth in the center of that flow. We're saying, okay, we're not going to have a smaller fraction of the ice is going to be covered by thick ice, and there's very new growth, like really thin ice in the middle. All right, so that was just a very brief overview of the sea ice model and kind of what goes into it in CESM. As I said, there's full documentation online. Since we're talking about CESM 2, I just wanted to show some of the science highlights that people have looked into, because if you're just mainly using the model output, you want to see how sea ice is performing. These maybe are relevant studies for you to look at that. So what we're seeing here is their observations in blue, and this is the seasonal cycle in the Arctic and the trend over time. And the CAM6 and WACM6 are 2 versions of CESM2, and the main thing to take away here is that they both CAM and WACM have a seasonal cycle that looks reasonable compared to observations, but that this WACM experiment better matches the seasonal cycle and the mean state of the observations compared to the CAM model. So if you're interested in this, you could look at this paper and understand more why. One big difference between these 2 versions, again, if we look at IceSat observations of ice thickness, we tend to have the thickest ice in the Antarctic right here along the Canadian coast, because it builds up along that coast and you get, like the ice gets kind of stuck in all those little islands. And we see that we have a similar spatial pattern in WACM and in CAM versions of CESM2 as we do in observations. So that lets us know that the model is doing reasonably in terms of where it's building up ice and where the thick ice should be. We have some biases in terms of how thick the ice is in general. We've looked at snow on the sea ice. So the lines and the stars and stuff that you're seeing here are observations of snow depth on sea ice. And you can see that it's a lot brighter, like more yellow and orange than it is in the CESM, which is this gradient in the back. And so that tells us that in this model, we don't have enough snow on the sea ice, but we do have kind of the spatial patterns, right, where we have less snow on sea ice kind of here in the Beaufort Sea than we do here in the Canadian area. So again, we're looking into why this is the case and trying to make changes for CESM3 to hopefully improve the model. We have looked at how sea ice might change into the future. So what this is showing is September sea ice extent in CESM2. And what it's looking at right here is where the Arctic first goes ice-free. And so again, we have this Wacom version of the model, the CAM version of the model. And the main point was looking at how different the dates are for when these projections show that the Arctic might go ice-free. And you do get differences based on their mean state. One thing I want to point out, I talked a lot about melt ponds, how important they are. There have been some studies based on a recent field campaign where we find that the albedo in CESM, so these Mosaic model and Shiva model are from CESM, and you can see that the observations, the dots and the lines follow, the model follows these dots pretty well, so our albedo actually looks pretty good. But what we found is that it's not actually for the right reason. So this is one of the challenges of coupled modeling. You can get the right answer, but for the wrong reason. And then if you fix your model, it can suddenly look worse because now you don't have these compensating biases. So what we found comparing to the same campaigns is that, again, these shaded colors are the pond fractions. So we have way higher pond fraction, up to more than 50% of a cell covered in ponds compared to what the observations are, where it's only up to like 20%. And so we had ponds that were too extensive but very, very thin. And so the result was that their albedo was about right, but it's not really right for the right reasons. Okay. We also have some of these experiment or papers that have talked about how the sea ice looks in the Antarctic. So if you're going to look at the Antarctic, these might be relevant. One thing to note is that in CESM2, the sea ice is much closer to observations than it was for previous versions of the model. We've looked at how processes change in CESM, and like if we're getting more basal growth versus other types of growth. And so we're looking at these processes and why it differs in CESM2 versus CESM1. All right, so I think I'm just gonna say you can come back to these slides, but some of the key takeaways for CEIS and CESM2 are the different types of thermodynamic parameterizations we have, the different number of levels. And the other thing I just want to point out is we're using the information we have now to improve the model for CESM3. So while you guys aren't immediately using CESM3, we're using some of the results from CESM2 to improve snow evolution, to improve melt pond physics, stuff like that. And so it's kind of a constantly evolving process. So thank you. Take the question. I forgot to, you can ask Dave all your questions. Sorry, Dave.
Okay, then a question for Alice.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I was just curious, the work that you showed comparing Antarctic sea ice extent observations to models, it didn't, to me, seem to extend to the more recent years. And I was curious if there's any model run that has shown kind of like a two-phase behavior like what we have in the observations where you have some trend and then all of a sudden different behavior.
Yeah, the short answer is no. I think because he's spoken to the microphone, I don't have to repeat that. Is that right? Okay. Anyway, almost all climate models, there's a big question for many years because they all showed a decreasing trend while observations were showing an increasing trend. And there's all like, what's wrong with our models? We can't get increasing sea ice. People did some experiments where they nudged the winds in the climate models or the sea surface temperatures like slightly north of the ice edge. And those were able to replicate the increasing trend, but I don't think they've done that as much into this recent decline that's happened. So the short answer is no. A lot of people are looking into what's going on. There's lots of challenges with modeling the Southern Ocean in general in climate models. It's an area, I don't know if you guys have had the ocean lectures yet, but it's an area that's dominated by eddies, and the scale that we use for our climate models doesn't resolve eddies. So there are parameterizations of eddies, but they might not be correctly impacting all the processes. We also know like the winds and our jet in the southern hemisphere isn't strong enough that would help cause Ekman transport north in the winds. So when you nudge the winds, we do get that like stronger Ekman transport north, which increases the ice extent. It might not increase ice volume, but it does push the ice a little bit farther north. But yeah, I would say it's still a challenge and kind of exciting, but also kind of confusing about what's going on there. The other thing I'll mention is that the figure I showed, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. This is hemispheric sea ice area, so it's all of the southern hemisphere. And the Antarctic in particular, is each sector kind of behaves differently. So in this figure, I don't have lines on it, but you know, like if you imagine a line coming north from here and here, like that's the Ross Sea, and this is the Weddell Sea. And then like East Antarctica has a bunch of other stuff going on. And so sometimes you get, Antarctica is really complicated because if you look at it just from that hemispheric scale, sometimes you miss some of the details about what's going on within those different basins, and they can kind of behave differently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. This was great. I was curious about first how big your currently actively developing group is, and then more content-wise, I was curious about the sea surface slope stress. What is the mechanism behind that one?
Okay, I'll answer the first question about the group size. So here at NCAR, the I guess sea ice development group is kind of like 4 of us, but the SICE consortium, I think it has about 7 or 8 institutions. So there's NCAR, there's Los Alamos National Laboratory, NASA Goddard, some NOAA labs. Anyway, there's some international people as well, like the Danish Meteorological Institute, the Naval Research Lab. So a bunch of different groups who are kind of all doing slightly different things. And there are some of those groups like Climate Change Canada does a lot with the dynamics, whereas other places might focus more on the thermodynamics. And so like, you know, we're all kind of contributing and trying to help each other out. So while the group at NCAR is kind of small, I would say we have a good community beyond that. The idea about the mechanism for the sea surface height. So sea surface, as you're probably aware, is not the same. Sea surface height isn't the same everywhere. And so that's just true if you think on a basin scale in the Arctic. And hopefully I don't get this wrong, but I think that the sea surface height is higher on kind of the Pacific side of the Arctic. So let's see if I can get, here we go. So like the water that comes in here through the Bering Strait, I think that the sea surface height is like higher here than it is on this side. So if you just imagine that there's kind of a slope, it's, you know, it's a very gradual slope. It's not like this. But like the ice would want to slide down from the Pacific side towards the Atlantic side. And indeed, that's what we see. Like there's the mean circulation is you have a gyre here, the Beaufort gyre that's goes this way, it's clockwise, and then you have a net transport out of the Arctic here, the transpolar drift stream that's kind of like, so you have the circulation here and then circulation out through Fram Strait right there. So you kind of get this like net flow out of the Arctic that way. But I think about it on a large scale. I mean, it does happen on a small scale, you could imagine with waves, but that's one thing we're working on with wave-ice interactions that is not in CESM2, and we are hoping to have in CESM3, but it's very complicated for many reasons.
Hey, Alice. I have 2 questions. The first one is, we just had the land model talk this morning, and they also have snow and represent snow. And I think they said they had 4 layers, and you guys have 3 layers. And I was just wondering, like, how does representing snow work between those 2? And is it different? Is it completely, do they talk to each other at all?
The land, so the question is about land snow and sea ice snow. They don't talk to each other at all. They're very different in CESM2. We have been working so I said for CESM3 we're going to have improved snow physics, and some of that is based on the land model's snow physics. I think it's called SNCR. But you might imagine too, like there are some differences between the land and sea ice. So some of the things are not necessarily applicable the same way. And like one of the things that we run into is like blowing snow. So over land, you could blow snow from here to there and it just like redistributes. Whereas in the sea ice, if you have blowing snow, it might blow into a lead and then it just melts and turns into ocean. So you're actually like losing snow when that happens. And so, you have to kind of think about what different processes are there.
Okay. And then my second question was related to those thickness categories. I guess I'm wondering why you have like 5 discrete categories instead of having some sort of distribution that can like dynamically respond. It just, and you even showed a PDF of.
Yeah. That's a good question. So I guess what I would say is when this ice thickness category distribution, the ITD was first used, people did some tests to try to see like how many categories do you need? So like, could you do it with 2 categories? Like what do you get with 2 categories versus like 20? And I don't actually know the paper, but there are some papers that show that basically 5 is kind of in this sweet spot where you're resolving the distribution reasonably, but it's not too expensive because when you get a ton of categories, it's really expensive to have all of these tracers moving around on all of those. And so it's kind of that like, we're getting a reasonable response and it doesn't cost too much.
Yeah, I guess I was imagining that you could have some. Maybe this is related, but like are those distributions of thicknesses well constrained? Do we have good observations of what that actually does look like?
We have a better sense of the ice thickness in the northern hemisphere from satellites and from some like declassified submarine sonar stuff, I guess, in some regions. And we don't have as much information in the Antarctic, so we don't have good observations of the ice thickness in the Antarctic. And one of the reasons is the satellite retrievals are really hard in the Antarctic because you have so much more snow, and where the like saturated snow level is and the assumptions you make about density and like all those thicknesses make it a really uncertain product. So it's okay. I would say it's reasonable in the Arctic, less so in the Antarctic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Getting the mic away from. No, it's fine. I'm kidding. Yeah, one more, and then we can. I think you were first. Then
duke it out.
Maybe you can share, and then after you can talk to Alice. Yeah.
I don't know. I've asked so many questions.
I was wondering how the model deals with polynyas, or if it does, and yeah, what that looks like.
That's a great question. I have been thinking about polynyas all the time lately. So a polynya, because probably some of you are like, what the heck are you saying? A polynya is an area of open water that's otherwise like within the ice pack or bounded by land and then ice pack, and there are many around Antarctica. And that's one of the big differences we found between CESM1 and CESM2 is around Antarctica. If you see these areas where there's like very bright colors, that shows that there's a lot of open water formation, and that open water ice formation, so the water gets cold enough that ice freezes just directly from the seawater. And that's what happens in polynyas. When you have open ocean and really cold atmosphere above, there's a strong heat flux from the ocean to the atmosphere, and the ocean gets colder and ice can form. And one of the things that's different in CESM1, we didn't really have polynyas, but we are, at least in the Arctic, seeing polynya-like feature, or in the Antarctic, seeing polynya-like features all around the coast. There are some of those features in CESM1. If you're specifically interested in polynyas, I could probably talk to you about which ones may or may not be better represented. And I think it'll be exciting to look at some of the higher resolution CESM experiments to see if they're better capturing some of these features, because sometimes where they occur and how they occur depends on kind of small scale wind forcing or like bathymetry and stuff like that. All right. I will stay around if people have more questions.
Yeah, then let's do a short break. Then, is your question very, very short? Okay.
Cool. I will be around, and I'm helping at some of the sessions and in the sea ice room too if you need to come find me. Thank you.
Okay, then we are going to move to our next speaker. Then this is Sophia, who is going to give us a talk on paleoclimate application in CSM. And welcome, Sophia.
Okay. All right. Oh, geez. Okay. Hopefully that won't spell. All right. Can you hear me okay? Should I move it closer to my... Nope? Good? Okay. All right. Let's get going then. So I'm going to talk about paleoclimate applications with CESM and have a, kind of an angle towards past climates can inform our future. I'm going to start with this. So the first plot I want to show you is a reconstruction, kind of a smooth curve of global mean temperature and atmospheric CO2 over the past 100 million years. And the main kind of takeaway I want you to take from this is that for most of the past, Earth was a lot warmer and had a lot higher CO2 in the atmosphere. And this is good news because that means we can use paleoclimate to learn about future potential high CO2 scenarios. And it's particularly important because we have a very limited historical window where we actually have instrumental records. And no time during that historical period do we actually have elevated CO2. So paleoclimate is the only option we have for studying high CO2 scenarios with actual data to validate our simulations. And so what we like to do is identify analogs in the past that we can use to understand different climate states and processes. And so one is the early Eocene up at the top, and that has been related to an SSP5 8.5 high emission scenario. So I want to kind of introduce paleo to you today using these two extreme climate states. So the first is that early Eocene climatic optimum. It was 50 million years ago. There was over 1,000 ppm CO2 in the atmosphere. This is a hothouse. There was no permanent land ice on Earth. And then also on the other end of the extreme, you have the last glacial maximum. So this was 21,000 years ago. There's low CO2 around 180 ppm. And the reason we want to study this interval is because there are these giant ice sheets over the northern hemisphere. So we can learn about ice sheet stability. We can learn about the sea level response to ice sheet instability during this time interval. And also, there's abundant proxy records because this is a lot more recent. So the first way we can kind of learn about these extreme climate states in the past is by looking at the life that existed on Earth in the geologic record. So during the Eocene, for instance, you have evidence of reptiles in the high latitudes like crocodiles and also palm trees. So that's the first sort of line of evidence saying the Earth was a lot warmer during this time globally. And also during the last glacial maximum, you had these iconic woolly mammoths living, so they're related to modern day elephants, but they had these special adaptations like long hair and really small ears to survive in these extreme cold conditions. But this is quite qualitative. And so in paleoclimate, what we like to do is use proxies that are much more quantitative, so we can actually reconstruct climate fields in the past. So proxies are our real world climate data beyond the record of direct measurements. So proxies can be a lot of different things. They can be physical, like an actual historical account of a storm passing over a ship. They can be chemical, so like the skeleton of a coral will record the chemistry and the temperature of the water it formed in. It could be biological, like a tree ring. You could look at the width of tree rings to infer how much precipitation was available in that year. So there's all sorts of climate fields that can be reconstructed using proxies. And today I'm mostly going to focus on temperature and atmospheric CO2. So here's an example of showing you that same curve, but now the high resolution version to understand temperature changes across the past 65 million years using benthic foraminifera. So this is one of the most common proxies we use to understand temperature in the past. So you can see that there's lots of change going on over that time. And so now that I've kind of briefly introduced you to how we can use proxies to understand temperature in the past, I want to get into how we can use those proxy records to validate CESM simulations. So here are sort of a set of simulations of the early Eocene, hothouse climate, and then the last glacial maximum. The gray area is showing you the proxy estimates of global mean surface temperature for both of those time intervals. And so This is work that was led by Zhang Zhu. And what he found is when you use the default configuration of CESM2, it overestimates past extreme warming and cooling. So that's those red lines that you see on each of these plots, where the red line is far too high in the Eocene and far too low during the last glacial maximum. And so he basically went on a journey to figure out why is CSM2 overestimating or underestimating these temperatures. And he modified all sorts of the parameterizations in CAM. And what he finally arrived at is the cyan line here that you can see in both of these plots. So we're finally getting a single configuration of CESM2 that can reasonably simulate temperatures during both the Eocene and the last glacial maximum and modern day. And so that basically that configuration of CESM includes fixes in the cloud microphysics as well as new tuning of the moist turbulence scheme. And that is exciting because now we have a version of CESM2 that we can use for these extreme paleoclimate states. And also what I want to highlight is these dashed lines here where you can see that under pre-industrial CO2, these changes in all these different cloud schemes don't have a large impact. You really have to look back into these extreme climate states to see the sensitivity of some of these parameterizations. And so the first outcome is we have a version of CESM2 we can use for paleoclimate, and we hope that this leads to more reasonable temperature estimates with CO2 under high emission CO2 scenarios. But then also, the second important outcome of this work is that it highlighted the importance of including paleoclimate in CESM assessment. So in terms of the process of developing CESM3, we've already been producing some Eocene and last glacial maximum test simulations before the release of CESM3. Okay. Now I want to get into some important aspects of paleoclimate simulations. The first is having water isotope tracers throughout the hydrologic cycle in CESM. So when I talk about water isotopes, I'm talking about different types of water that have slightly different weights. So here you can see light water, which is the most abundant kind, which has an oxygen with 16 protons, and then relatively rare heavy water, which has an oxygen with 18 protons. And these slightly different weights mean that when there are phase changes in the hydrologic cycle, these types of water partition differently. So they can record a lot of different physical processes in the hydrologic cycle. So when you have this water with these different isotopic compositions moving around the water cycle, they're going to come into contact with a proxy system. So let's take, for instance, our benthic foraminifera. The seawater is moving around this foram that's moving in the water column, and the foram wants to incorporate the oxygen from the water into its shell. That is going to happen differently based on different temperatures. So the foram is both recording the ambient seawater temperature as well as the isotopic composition of the seawater around it. And so having water isotope tracers in CESM really helps erode the language barrier that can exist between climate models and the proxy data. And so before I move on, I just want to mention that the only version of CESM with water isotopes fully incorporated in it is CESM1. They are not fully incorporated in CESM2, but it's a priority for us to incorporate them throughout CESM3. We have a couple grant proposals to do that right now, or we're hoping to do that. So a quick demonstration of how these water isotope tracers are so helpful for proxy model comparisons. Let's say you're thinking about how much colder was the ocean during the last glacial maximum compared to present day? I know all of you have probably thought of this before. So the first thing you have to go to is the forams, okay? So we're gonna look at our foraminifera. The delta O18 symbol up there is basically just the metric we use to measure the ratio of heavy to light oxygen in the forams. And so we know, based on what I just said, that those forams are recording both the seawater temperature as well as the isotopic composition of the seawater. So in order to understand the temperature that they lived in, we have to provide an estimate of seawater delta O18. So if you don't have isotope-enabled CESM, then one important control on seawater delta O18 is the amount of land ice you have on the Earth. So when you have giant ice sheets, you're locking up a ton of light water, and that leaves the ocean relatively enriched in heavy oxygen. And so you can come up with a global estimate of seawater delta O18 based on the land ice. But we also know that seawater delta O18 can vary a lot spatially, based on ocean circulation and also the balance of precipitation and evaporation at the surface. And so having an estimate of that spatial variation from isotope-enabled CESM can really improve your temperature reconstructions. And then you go, oh, wow, it was really cold, like 5 to 6 degrees Celsius colder. Okay, so the second component of paleoclimate simulations that are really important is having a cheap version of CESM. So we need a low resolution grid to be able to use. And by that, I'm talking about 100 kilometers grid resolution or greater. And the reason we need this is that there is uncertainty related to our understanding of what it was like in the past. A lot of the boundary conditions and forcings in CESM are uncertain. For instance, during the Eocene, there's a range of potential CO2 levels it could have been. And so if we have a relatively cheap version of CESM, we can run multiple simulations to capture a reasonable range of what CO2 could have been. So here is sort of a series of 4 simulations at different levels of CO2. And as you can see also, this is basically tracking the atmospheric temperature and ocean temperature over time across the simulation. And you can see that you need to run these simulations for a long time in order to spin them up to like an equilibrated state. And so the other reason we need a cheap version of CESM is for that long model spin-up time. Because it could take over 1,000, 2,000, several thousands of years to reach that final equilibrated state. But, that cheap version of CESM, it forms the foundation of paleoclimate. And most of climate modeling, you need an inexpensive version. But we also want we want to take advantage of the high resolution grid in CESM as well, because we know there are tons of benefits to this. So for instance, we know that high resolution CESM better simulates tropical cyclones. So here is a plot of observations of tropical cyclones over a historical period. And then you have the tropical cyclone tracks in high resolution CESM and then low resolution CESM. And you can see that the agreement is a lot better for that higher resolution grid. So when I'm talking about high grid resolution, we're using a configuration of CESM that has a 25-kilometer grid in the atmosphere and land components and a 10-kilometer grid in the ocean and sea ice. And so this is really useful for simulating a better climate state, but also we have a version of high-resolution CESM now with water isotope tracers in it. So that's been really helpful for paleoclimate. And then the other component of this is that having high-resolution CESM, you rely less on parameterizations. So one key parameterization is the mixing associated with mesoscale ocean eddies at 100 kilometers grid resolution. At 10-kilometer grid resolution, oh wait, can you see that? Oh, you can. At 10-kilometer grid resolution, you're actually resolving those features. So we've run a series of paleoclimate simulations with this configuration of the model to study tropical cyclones, for instance. So these are those same type of spaghetti plots. And the first thing you can see is that during the cold last glacial maximum, there are fewer tropical cyclones compared to pre-industrial. The next thing you can see is that during the Eocene, the tropical cyclones are moving a lot farther northward, and that looks similar to what we see under an RCP 8.5 scenario. The other similarity is that the deep tropics become more hostile to tropical cyclone development in those high CO2 states. So the cool thing is that while we can't look at RCP 8.5 and validate that against some type of observation, we can do that in paleoclimate. So how would we do that with a tropical cyclone that occurred thousands to millions of years ago? So there, oh no, is this not showing up? Oh, dang. Okay, well, I'll tell you what it was. So basically, the way that we would reconstruct these storms in the past is by using high-resolution proxy records that are called paleotempestites. And so one version of it, which was right here, is showing you that when a tropical cyclone occurs, it has a distinct isotopic signature. It's very low. It has a very low value of that ratio of heavy to light oxygen. And so that can actually be picked up by proxy records like corals in coastal regions. The other type of paleotempestite that we're looking at is basically looking at a sediment column in an environment that is kind of far away from the coastline. So when a storm comes, it's sweeping a ton of sand from that coastal environment into this farther inland environment. So you required a strong storm to transport that sand. And so you can record kind of the magnitude and frequency of those storms through time by looking at that sediment column. Okay, and so I just want to finish off. I'm pretty good on time. Okay, so I just want to finish off by giving you a sense of how we would design a paleoclimate simulation. How do we get from the default pre-industrial CESM case that I believe you all ran yesterday? How do we get from that to a paleoclimate CESM case? And so for that, I'm showing you kind of an extreme scenario. So this is the supercontinent Pangaea that existed during the Carboniferous about 300 million years ago. And the reason I'm showing you this is because I studied it for my PhD, so it's cool to me. But also that this is going to show you all the potential steps you would need to take. I should mention that for all paleoclimate simulations, you don't have to take all of these steps. So if in your paleoclimate interval of interest, there might have been a different continental configuration. So you'll have to give the model a different paleogeography. You have to tell the model what was topography like, where was the sea level, where were the coastlines, and what was the bathymetry like. Now you have to change the land surface cover on those continents. Where were the tropical forests? Where were the deserts? Was there land ice? Where was it? How large were those ice sheets? What is the new river network that's running over these continents? You have to think about the external forcing. So there was probably a different orbital configuration during your time interval, and the solar luminosity may have even been different. Of course, you have to think about the atmospheric composition. So how would you adjust the concentration of greenhouse gases? How should you treat aerosols in your simulation? And then actually not finally, but one consideration is thinking about any potential modifications to the parameterizations in CESM. So as we saw in Zheng Zhu's work, he had to modify several aspects of the cloud parameterizations in order to get a reasonable simulation of the Eocene and last glacial maximum. So it's possible, right, that parameterizations that are developed under a modern climate with modern observations are not going to function properly in the past. And then finally, you have to think about how to initialize this run. You can't necessarily use the same temperature and salinity profile for a modern day climate. You might have to adjust that initial temperature profile to get closer to what you believe is the final climate state of your simulation, or else you'll have to spin up that simulation for a really long time. So all this is to say that there's a lot of expertise needed to run a paleo simulation. We are not experts in all these components, so having collaboration is really valuable. Having geologists, paleobotanists, chemists, all these types of people help you. And so you'll probably have to do some debugging after that, but then you'll have a deep time paleoclimate simulation. And that's a great accomplishment, and in the paleo group, we will applaud you for that. And so I'll just finish off with some summary points that I want you to take away from this. Paleo is used in the development and assessment of CESM. The isotope capability in CESM 1.3 is critical for proxy model comparison. Paleoclimate requires a low resolution configuration of CESM for those long simulations or several simulations you need. But we can also leverage high resolution CESM for studying past weather extremes. And paleoclimate relies on interdisciplinary expertise of colleagues at universities to help design CESM simulations. And then finally, I will just leave you with Some resources for paleoclimate with CESM. The main idea from this is that don't be scared off by the amount of steps needed for paleoclimate. There's a really strong group of paleoclimate modelers that have already produced a ton of simulations with CESM. So we always say, start from the available simulations before you do something from scratch and repeat what somebody else has already done. And then you can scan that QR code to go to the website. And that's it.
Thank you. Question, Sophia?
First, just a real quick question and a different one to follow up. The low resolution, 100 kilometers, that's about what we were told normal CESM is.
Yeah.
And 1,000 years, I would think that the coupled model would take around that amount of time to spin up anyway. And my second question was if you've considered if people are looking at putting carbon tracers to get at CO2 levels, carbon 13, carbon 12 into the model.
Yes, so there are versions of CESM with carbon isotopes in them. I think that's only going to be CESM1. I'm looking at Betty. Betty's also here and part of the paleo group. Yeah, there are carbon isotopes in CESM1. Or is it CCSM4?
Wait. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
We're recording then.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. Definitely in CCSM4. It's in the land model, CLM4, probably in 5 too. In the ocean model, though, you have to think about spin up. But coupling all the components still, I think, is not the case. But I could be corrected if someone else knows better.
And I guess the other part of your question is that adding in the tracers like oxygen or carbon isotopes increases the cost of your simulation. So, I've seen anywhere from 20 to 50% cost added on with those isotope tracers in there. And then, yeah, it takes a normal climate simulation about 1,000 years or even more to spin up. But usually that will be done a few times for modern day, and then you can use those spun up conditions for your simulation. But for paleoclimate, usually you have to start from the beginning, for a new interval and do that each time you want to study a different question.
There must be a lower resolution.
Wait.
Like on one of those figures, it looked like the resolution was much lower than 100 kilometers. So is there a low resolution version of the paleo that's a lot less?
Yes. Oh, yeah. You can use, the default configuration of CESM1 will have a 200-kilometer land and atmosphere component and then 100-kilometer ocean. But then you could use lower resolution than that for many paleoclimate simulations.
Yeah. Thanks.
I have a question about topography reconstruction, especially I think for the land, I'm not sure the land resolution for the land can be how high. I'm not sure, but I know there must be very difficult for the seafloor bathymetry, especially for the like Pangea, like for the Mesozoic.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how. So when you do the deep time modeling simulation, how do you deal with the uncertainty in the topography?
Yeah, great question. So you can see in this, can you see it here? Maybe I'll go back a little bit. So the Pangea is 300 million years ago. And in this, you can see this is the paleogeography. It's a bathtub in the ocean. There's no real bathymetry there. And the reason for that is that we don't have any oceanic crust that old. And so there's no real way for us to know what the bathymetry was like for this particular time period. And so what you'll do is if you don't have any information, you can actually use the model to kind of investigate how important bathymetry could be for your question of interest. So you could run multiple simulations with different potential bathymetries to say, well, how much does it really matter? How much does this uncertainty really matter for our question of interest? If you're interested in deep ocean circulation, very important, but maybe not as important for other questions about the surface of the ocean. Yes, yeah. And so you'll do the same thing for topography on the land, where you'll have a lot more estimates because we have continental crust, but there'll be a lot of uncertainty. Like for this mountain chain across the equatorial region, we're like, was it 2,000 meters high or was it 4,000 meters high? We don't know. So I have run multiple simulations with different iterations of that mountain to see what the spread is in different, outcomes, like the amount of runoff is produced or different,
Yeah, I don't know what's first. Sorry? Yeah, there were people behind there. Okay.
Hi, I got a question when you compared the Eocene with the SSP 8.5.
Yeah.
How realistic, how representative is the comparison when you have so many different forcing, different topography when the external forcing is so much different? How accurate is that comparison when everything's so different?
Yeah, I think it depends on the question that you're interested in addressing, because if the question is, can CESM reasonably simulate a climate with elevated CO2, far elevated from modern day, then I think the Eocene is a great analog to test that, because we have data to say, are we capturing a global mean sea surface or a global mean temperature that's reasonable with this level of CO2? So that's a question that is really well addressed. But then, as you mentioned, let's see, I'll go back for everybody to see. So you can see for the Eocene, North America is in a very different position. There wasn't any ice on. There's a ton of differences between the Eocene and a future scenario like, SSP 5, 8.5. And so there is no perfect analog. I think that's a thing, with paleo, is that you shouldn't rely on any one analog as a comparison with a future climate scenario. The strength is in taking multiple warm intervals and seeing how well the model can simulate each individual interval. And if your model can simulate a wide range of climate states, now you have a lot of confidence that the projections it's giving you for that future warm state are reliable, knowing that there's a lot of differences. Yeah.
You mentioned.
Yeah, I think it will be the last question before the break, before the next thing, but then I will ask you to stick around for after. Yeah.
I'm helping with the next
yeah, then
lab
let's,
anyway.
yeah.
You mentioned the model that had been, the parameterizations had been modified to match the past climates.
Mm-hmm.
How does that version of the model then perform on the current day climate? Does it improve or get worse?
That is a great question. So there's been some work done on this to say, the real goal of that work to modify CESM2 to be able to reasonably simulate temperature during each of these extreme climate states was very focused on that question. Can we get a reasonable temperature? And so in terms of temperature for modern day, the configuration does well. But then you have all these other potential related things like, what does the precipitation distribution look like in this model? And there's been some work done on that, and it really wasn't the focus of this work. There are some discrepancies where I think this version of the model, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't perform as well in terms of precipitation distribution. So the next step would be tuning this version of the model again to hopefully compare better with modern observations of precipitation. So it's sort of an iterative process. Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe one more, and this is it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pass. There was somebody around you.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I was wondering, with the using proxies for model validation, it obviously depends a lot on the proxies and stuff, but there's always a lot of uncertainty in proxies and often sparse distribution stuff, and how do you incorporate that uncertainty into the kind of validation?
That's a great question, and I feel like, so to try to answer that without rambling on. So one way we address, so some of the discrepancy comes from the fact that you have all of these proxies that are recording a very local signal. Like for instance, foraminifera, they are recording the local seawater right around them. And so that can lead to bias when you go and relate all those individual measurements to some global metric, especially because we often have bias towards the northern hemisphere, bias towards coastal regions, and so your proxies are kind of biased, and they could be biased based on when the forams actually lived in the water. They didn't live throughout the year evenly. They have different seasonality to them. And so that is something where when we compare them with our simulations, we have to have knowledge of that. And so that usually takes collaborating with people who are the proxy experts to tell us, should we be using this as a global mean temperature proxy, or is it really a summertime in the northern hemisphere proxy? So it's having that expert knowledge that helps us incorporate the uncertainty into the comparisons, because I couldn't do that perfectly on my own. I definitely need the expertise of those proxy people.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Then Sophia. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have another one.
Then Sophia will stick. She will be also during the lab. Then I'm going to send the information for the people who want to move to the lab. But then you're welcome to ask a few more questions after this. Okay. Okay, then I will delete checking just before we move to the lab. Then there was, again, another change here. Then this is, hopefully, I did say this before, the final version of this slide. Then the issue is that during the lab, you need to use the tutorial queue. And the reason is to go in front of everybody else that's using the ratio. Outside of the lab, if you use the tutorial queue, it will crash. In the morning, I had told that you should use job queue equal CPU. But when we do this, it doesn't work. And in this, you have to do job queue equal main, and it will direct you to the CPU queue, which is a little bit confusing, but it's the way it works. We could not test this before because this tutorial queue didn't exist before you arrived. And we were thinking it will work this way, but it didn't. We just tested it, and it seems to work, but until you prove us wrong. And this is the first thing. Then this is now, you use always the tutorial queue for everything, except if you want to do extra credit and work tonight. I'm kidding, but when you will not be in the tutorial anymore, you will have to use not the tutorial queue. Then you just use the main queue. Then the other thing that you have to use the main queue during this, it's when you are going to do this long simulation. People got confused this morning because it's exercise 1, part 2. Then people thought that we were talking about exercise 2. It may be exercise 1, part 2, and there is exercise 2. This is in exercise 1, part 2 that you need to say this, and you will see it say very, very important, don't use the tutorial queue. It's the only time where you don't use the tutorial queue. Otherwise, you always use the tutorial queue, except if you want to do this after the lab. This is the first thing. Then I hope it's the last version. And I update all the documentation also. Thank you for people who filled the survey. We had response. It's really, really, really useful for us. I have spent hundreds of hours preparing this activity. Then I really appreciate if you can spend and other people have spent also a lot of hours. Then if you can spend 5 minutes just to tell us if it's the right level or not. It's really, we are not judging really the speaker. We are judging the content of the lecture. And it's really important to us. And thanks, I saw people fill this yesterday. You will have one every day. You will have one today during the lab. If you didn't attend the lecture, or if you were doing your email or something, don't reply anything. You can, there is an option not to reply for a particular talk. And the last thing, there is, in the diamond room, when you are going to go now, there are snacks available. If you don't know where's the diamond room, ask one of the helpers. And also, you are welcome to work in the diamond room during the lab if you prefer to be a quiet area, especially we had somebody sick yesterday, then if people want to go a little bit on the side. But please come back for help in the library. Don't steal our helper and bring them to the diamond room. I will catch you. No, I'm kidding, but we want them to stay there to help, but you are welcome to go elsewhere if you want and come back for questions. Okay? Then Sophia is here, and she will be also there during the lab if you have more questions about paleo for her.